Good morning. It is Thursday, March 4th, 2021, and this is the Special Corporate Administrative Services Committee meeting for Round 2 Budget. I'd like to acknowledge that we're coming to you from the territories of the Sechelt and Squamish Nations. And given the way we are operating these days, we are scattered all over that territory. So we have an amended agenda. There were a number of items added. Do all the directors have the amended agenda? All right, sounds good. Anything further to be added or deleted on this agenda, given how things are shifting in our world lately? All right, seeing nothing further from staff, I'd look for a motion to adopt the amended agenda. Moved and seconded, all in favor? Thank you. And let's do a motion to receive all the reports. Moved and seconded. All in favor? Thank you. So we're going to start off with feedback from the directors. And Director McMahon, did you want to include something else there?
I'm just interested in hearing feedback from staff, since this represents a change in how things have been done in the past.
Okay, awesome. All right, so what we're looking for from the directors is, how did the process go, what you heard, what you learned, any questions you have, and then feedback to staff. Staff felt that if we did this now, rather than at the end of the budget process, it's still going to be pretty fresh in our minds, and we'll be able to, impact next year's process. So Director Pratt suggested, or actually offered to go first. So we're going to go to Director Pratt.
Thank you, Chair Seekers. I figured, well, since I also volunteered to do the first information session and be the guinea pig for it, it was only prudent that I be first here and start off. And I was able to attend all of the sessions as well as present in 4 of the 6. So that's I got a really good look around at how everything was going. So when the CAO first approached me about doing the budget information sessions this way, I think I resoundingly answered yes before he was finished his question. So I think that it's, or I thought then, and I still believe that it's really important for the directors as elected representatives of their community to really own the budget and be able to answer to their community about the budget and provide these information sessions. I think it was just a tremendous opportunity to engage with our residents and answer questions. And with the pandemic, it makes it a little bit difficult to go out into the community. So the Zoom platform lent itself really well. And we're continuing to see more views happening through our YouTube page, which is fantastic. So overall, I think everything went really well. I think we found a few things along the way, and I'm curious to hear what the other directors have to say. Super happy with being the face of the budget because we're the ones that pass it, and being able to do this with staff support as well as additional director support. When you're answering questions live, there's nothing more comforting than having staff and directors texting and sending you answers to the questions that aren't immediately in your brain, because they're also looking and they understand it as well as you do. So thank you to everyone else for your support that way, between the staff team as well as my team of elected. I'm really happy with the very collaborative process that we came forward. I think there's a few things that we could change. Some interesting threads through there. Heard a lot about recreation questions, concerns about communication, that regional planning piece, but also a lot of positives around the collaborative nature of this process. So those are my general feedback. Happy to do this again next year. And thank you thank you to staff for really pushing this or suggesting this to us. It was really great, and thank you to Aiden and Tina and your teams for having the information to us to review, so we didn't have to do PowerPoints on our own. So that was really great. Thank you.
Thank you. So since Chair Pratt, Director Pratt did the first one, let's follow along the sequence. So I believe next was Area A and then D, E, and F. So let's do Area A. Director Lee.
Okay, thank you. I found the Zoom a poor substitute for in-person meetings when it comes to a question and answer time. I think if we knew who was going to ask questions, we could promote them all onto the main stage, as I call it, and so that they could ask questions and ask follow-up questions, because quite often our answer will prompt a follow-up question, and I think that in a live meeting, that does happen. And I think we could kind of do it using Zoom, but hopefully we don't ever have to do Zoom again. So it might be a moot point. And the other thing I thought is that we should have a, why are we doing this? Or what's our budget topics for things like, we need more people to answer public inquiries, those kind of things. Just a quick slide given the theme of our budget, what we're trying to fix, in other words. I thought that could have been right up front. And this is all in hindsight after watching a whole bunch of these presentations. So, and based on questions that I've been getting, we could have used a slide that why the cost of living laws don't work for us right now for local governments. Things like expanding populations, decaying infrastructure not planned for, increased customer safety and environmental regulations, climate change. Those are all things that we're working hard to keep the budget at what we are right now. And that's cost of living is not in the cards for us if we want to fix these things. We could leave it the way it is, or we can fix it. And so I thought we should have maybe had one of those. And to close out, I should have had, and this is all me, by the way, I said I thought I should have had savings opportunities not recommended. Because we can make a zero budget, we can make savings budget, but it involved things like reduced hours, closing pools, giving them to public, giving them to private partnerships. Those are all things that we do consider in our mind, but we should call them savings opportunities not recommended, so everybody understands why we are. Those are just some of my suggestions in hindsight that I would have done if I had a do-over. And I really like the presentation format, us having to do it, because what I found, it really forced me to really understand the budget in intimate detail. I had no choice. So I always wanted to do it, but once I realized I was going to do the talking, man, I scrambled. And the other thing is, and it's been mentioned, but I'd like to say it again, I could have used a fellow board member to handle the scramble questions while we're going live, and a fellow board member could handle some of my questions that I got on regional services just as easy as me while I was busy flicking pages, and we wouldn't have blank spots. So, and I really appreciated the draft presentation that I got, and the opportunity to add a couple. I could have used it a little earlier, but the whole thing was decisions we made that left us with little time. So I thought we did quite well. Anyways, that's mine. That's my thoughts on it. Thanks.
Thank you. So we'll go to Director Ties, Area D.
Yeah, thank you. No, I thought I had a good time with Director Hiltz and Director McMahon, and I thought it went really well. And I was a little bit sad that not more people saw it or were there in person at the time, but we had some good questions from those that were there. And I thought it went really well until I made the mistake of going back to the YouTube footage and saw myself umming and ahhing. And so I really thank you all for being as patient as you are with me. Maybe it's just, maybe it was just an awkward intro, but it certainly made me see things in a new light. And I hope to be a little bit more fluid in my correspondence in the future, but that's me. Anyway, I was hoping for a bit of a bigger turnout, but that's as it was, I guess. And I'm really grateful that we had the 3 directors there at the same time. So I think in the future we should probably have at least 2 directors at a time per presentation, just to give each other a hand on some of those stick handling issues.
Thank you. Director McMahon.
Sure. Well, I'll agree with Director Ties that it's good to have more than one director there. It also gives you different perspectives, which is one of the things that we like at the board table, is that we all have a kind of slightly different take on things, sometimes quite a different take. I also agree with Director Lee that doing the budget presentations made us do our homework. And we can, frankly, be less tactful than staff. We can say things that staff would probably be reluctant to, be put on the spot and say, because these are political decisions. So I think I also like the length of the meetings. I like that we stuck to an hour. That was plenty. So I thought it worked. The actual times of the meetings need work. 6 o'clock on a Friday, as somebody emailed me to say, what? I have never in my entire life been invited to a meeting at 6 o'clock on a Friday. So other than TGIF. I do think that there is a basic thing that we do need to explain to people, because people don't understand how regional districts work. Why do we have the services that we do? Well, we have to go to the public before we take on any service. And I don't think that people understand that basic fact about regional districts. We don't invent this plate of services, out of our brains every year or something. I also think we should ask the public what they thought of the format. And I think I can stop there. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Hiltz.
Thanks, Chair. I had a good time too. I watched 5 of 6, and the one that we presented. For me, what it did, it humanized the regional district, right? The elected folks are I'm just a regular person who stuck up their hand 2 years ago and said, I'll do this job. This is not a career path for me as the professional civil servants. It's a career path. So for me, I represent the naive ratepayer, right? That's my job, is to represent them. So for me, I think the quality of the information from staff went up. I think it's more digestible. I think, for me, it's about looking at the collective results, not just the areas. And those YouTube videos are going to stand till next year or 2 years or whenever they disappear. I don't know how long they're going to last for. I've looked at a couple of them Again, I haven't looked at myself, I'm afraid to, but that's the courage of being just a regular guy. Mark from Area F. I think staff definitely helped to temper the expectations of the audience. This was an information session. It wasn't about what, we want to know, are we going to lower our taxes or raise the taxes? So I really appreciate that constraining and the 1 hour time limit. Zoom. First time for me. This is setting the path for years to come. For me, there is no going back. It's going to be hybrid into the future. I don't see it being any other way. How do you record something like this and let people look at it 6 months from now? So it's going to be. We're not going back to 2017. That's all I see. This is going forward. Couple other things. I think one of the ones that kind of ran through the theme is the context in which the tax increases are. I heard should be zero. We should reduce by 50% all staff. Why are you afraid to raise it? We got lots of money. Let's just go forward. So it was really interesting to hear all these the variations and about it. Why the tax increases are there. So that goes back to that humanizing of what it is. We are taxpayers. We all pay. And the one that it was who runs the SERD, and that was Area B. Dean and Lori stick handle that. That question has been ever since I've been involved in local government on the coast. It's one of the questions that I've always heard: who runs the SERD? And it is a elected and the corporation, and we drive the ship together. And I don't think that's necessarily clear. I'm here for 4 years. Heather's been here for 30 years, right? There's just a difference of how long my tenure is going to be, and the rest of us. So I really appreciate that, and I think that's part of what Donna I think is saying is, or Director McMahon, that we need to explain this stuff to people. Why did the taxes go up? Why do we have these services? Who runs the regional district? Why do I live here? All these questions. So I did miss the verbal interactions. I found the chat very short. I attended a Lions Trust open house last night, and the chat or the questions were submitted earlier, and they were almost multi-paragraph submissions. So different kind of how people are submitting it in advance versus the chat. I think it doesn't allow people who can type well and think. It kind of prevents them from participating. I think there's a barrier there. But overall, I was, I'm just thinking back to a year ago in February, and what I was receiving from the islands, and oh my God, the quality of the information this year is just so much better. Yeah, I'm thrilled, really. Just yeah. So I'm looking forward to the next one. And if I do remember the communications engagement manager talking about, this is the first time we're doing this. Next year, we have a whole year to plan to get ready for the next year. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to this stuff. Yeah, so terrific.
Thank you. Director Beamish. Bill, we can't hear you. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Now, I particularly appreciate Lori being there to give the introduction and to kind of settle things down into the presentation. Very helpful. It was also good to see all the other names are recognized on the attendee list. I took a peek at one point in time, and nice to see everybody there. The process was good. As Len says, it gave us the opportunity to sit down and dig a little bit deeper and to be prepared to answer questions, which we really haven't had to do before when staff has handled the presentation. In the context of the municipal context, we're usually there receiving staff as a delegation, and led perhaps by the chair, but primarily by staff in the presentation. So I've been able to sit back and observe I did convert all the percentages on the where do your tax dollars go. I converted all the percentages to dollars so that it was a little bit more relatable to the end dollar amount that was shown in the next slide, and reverse those two slides as well. But yeah, I opened it up to questions from the public after council had the opportunity, and no, there were no questions. There were very few public there who were there that I could see specifically for the budget. And perhaps one thing we should do is maybe in advance of the meeting, a week in advance or so, it'd be good if we could put some information out, even if it's just the two slides that for Gibson's, where does your tax dollar goes and what's the proposed property taxation. Put them out there a couple weeks ahead or a week ahead of time with the idea that people could submit questions. And it may actually stimulate them when they see the numbers and realize that our taxes are going up, and they might be able to submit questions in advance to the meeting. In the context of a council meeting, as you recall, I've actually originally understood we were going to start at 6:30. Something happened at our staff level. It wasn't, in fact, even on the budget. When I looked at the agenda, or rather on the agenda, when I looked at the agenda on Thursday, Wednesday or Thursday, the delegation wasn't even listed there. And so something missed at our staff level. And it could be because we just transitioned from one corporate officer to another. So I know they appreciate they got it all together, but put it in the context of a council meeting is challenging, because even our councilors are sitting there focused on the next, how long is this going to take, and when are we going to get home tonight, sort of thing. And as it turned out, it was after 10 o'clock before we wound up our meeting, so that that would be useful. But all in all, the only questions we really had were the recreation and culture, looking for more detail, the breakdown as to how those costs are, and by facility, and also health services. And I appreciate Donna stepping in and explaining that we have two cemeteries, and that was very helpful as well. So I think that they understood that answer. But all in all, I appreciate the process. We look forward to doing it again next year. I might at that time suggest a slightly different way. I'll get back into the kind of getting it on our agenda at 6:30, and so that it doesn't squeeze the whole agenda for the evening. And I think that's what maybe our council's looking at, as to why there was as little participation from them as there was at the time, and there was no public participation, which disappointed me. Not unusual. I remember all the years I've been working with local government, the public participation in the budget presentations is extremely low. To the fact that I pulled people into a meeting. I went out to the council chambers one year when Ian Poole was presenting, talked to people on the sidewalk in front of council, in front of town office, and invited them to come in for coffee and cookies. And while they're there, they could learn about the town budget. And those were the only people that came to the meeting. So it's not unusual to have a small turnout of people. If we could get that information to them, though, a week in advance, it might stimulate that conversation. So, but thank you, staff. Thank you, Lori. And thanks for the support of the directors who were there present in the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Paul.
Well, I'd like to thank everybody for turning out and participating with us on the presentation piece. For me, it was Zoom has become a way of life, and given the fact that for the Sechelt Nation, half our people are spread all across the province, Zoom is going to become and maintain a way of life. We're never going to end up going back to a general meeting where Zoom isn't going to be a part of that conversation, because we have a very thirsty group that really want to know, and they're not here on the coast, but they want to maintain their links, they want to maintain their ties, and they want to participate. So I think, as Director Hilt says, this is going to be something that's going to be baked into our system now and into forever. Hopefully we can figure out a way to automatically turn off the mute button, though, when you start talking. That would be the only thing I would like. The conversation that we had yesterday was actually very, very appropriate in the sense that it highlighted my inability to be in 75 places at the same time and to be able to participate in all the various functions that are necessary. So it has stimulated a great conversation, and I have to thank you for that. Thank you to staff for bringing that forward, because it really does highlight the fact that you need more than one person involved in this process to really get the participation in at the levels that are necessary to fully integrate and understand. And for that, I thank you all for that, because that is something that it became very, very, very obvious in a very short period of time. So for that, I do thank you, and I look forward to next year, because I'm pretty sure I won't be the one sitting in the chair, but I'll be the alternate. So I look forward to seeing where all this lands. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to go to Director Toth, and then I'll wrap up at the end.
Thank you. I think the process this year definitely showed the benefits of having a communications and engagement manager. I mean, we got the draft presentation fairly late on Tuesday, so we spent a chunk of yesterday scrambling to incorporate the changes that we wanted to see in the district of Sechelt, and to figure out where some of that info came from for the slides. 14 hours ago or 15 hours ago was when we had our presentation, so we haven't had a chance for a lot of feedback yet. Fairly poor attendance, but as Director Beamish mentioned, and as we know, that's sort of typical for local government. I mean, even at this meeting, we have 4 attendees, and 2 of them are related to our library delegation this morning. So I think it's a good idea to pre-publish some basic content, to generate questions. Simple is key. The pie charts were fantastic. Basic table data is great. I had somebody ask for the spreadsheet, and by the time you're in page 3 or 4 of 60 on the spreadsheet, you just sort of start to glaze over. And so I think it was really important to have the visual aids. And yeah, it was definitely beneficial for there to be 2 of us there, because there were a couple questions that I just could not think of the answers off the top of my head, and Mayor Seegers happened to have it. So definitely for next year, I think pairing up areas or directors is a good idea. So that's really my comments. Thank you to Aidan and to Dean and to Tina and your respective staffs for the support you gave us. So thank you.
All right, so I'll wrap it up. I agree. It was great. I mean, Lori, the way we did it is we did regional district, right? Lori led that piece off, and then I think Bill did that as well, Director Beamish, so that there was a real clear distinction between regional district and the municipalities inside of the information. So that really worked. I have to say that leading up to this, getting the presentation on Tuesday, in between and around meetings and everything else that I had going on, I tell you, I was boning up on regional district and projects and how it relates to our tax notice. And that in the end, I mean, I think, both Director Toth and I really see the link between what's happening at the regional district and how it actually shows up on our tax notice. So we went to our staff yesterday morning early and requested that they generate us a generic tax notice. And then we did all the work behind the scenes, between SCRD staff and us to make sure that we were clear on that. That was really beneficial. In fact, it was an hour, 2 hours before the presentation, because we had another meeting before our council meeting last night. So it was like 5 o'clock or something when we really got clear on those numbers. So I think we've got that for next year. It's awesome. Things that, I mean, it really worked. Staff was so responsive. I mean, Aidan, I don't know how you pulled all this together so quickly. Did a great job with that. What else? Public engagement. Again, everybody's mentioned that, except for Area A. Len had like a whole bunch of people there, but the rest of us, how do we, I mean, that's a question for us. How do we get the community to take more of an interest in it and get the information, you know, questions and stuff to us ahead of time? One of the pieces that I think was missing in the presentations is around what projects are these tax increases actually going to fund? What is the work that's being done at the regional district? There's general information, I think, you know, they know we're working on water, they know we're working on solid waste, but beyond that, I don't think there's much of an understanding out there about what we're actually doing. So how do we bridge that gap? I have no idea, but I think that's a question we have to put our minds to, because I think that is the piece that would actually have the community be involved and more interested in coming. I think I did hear back from District of Sechelt staff actually when at the beginning, prior to going live yesterday, you know, I mentioned that, you know, Director Toth and I would have a part in this. They went, oh, that's cool. That's really cool that you're going to be, you know, saying something. It made it more human for them as well. I think we all recognize that the time frame between when we actually said yes to this and staff took it on and gave us the slides is too short, right? And we've got the template now for what we did. I think that needs to be looked at inside of the timeline next year, so that so not everybody's scrambling. I mean, this last 2 weeks have got to have been really difficult for staff. I mean, I know you've got your regular jobs that you're doing, and then this on top of it, and our requests for changes, etc. So we want you to have more time, because that gives all of us more time, and then could also potentially lead into getting some of this information out earlier to the community so that we can put some kind of process in to get questions. So overall, I have to say I'm thrilled with how it went. You know, the final product everywhere was really good. And the characters of all of the directors showed through. I mean, particularly evident in D, E, and F, right? How, I mean, you had the game, it's like, or the questions. So, I mean, the characters really showed through. It actually did humanize the process for us and for the community. So thank you for whoever brought the idea up. I think it was phenomenal. And thank you to the directors for, you know, just jumping in and taking it on. I think we all learned from it. We all enjoyed it. It's stressful leading up to it, but very good in the end. So then let's go to Director McMahon's question. I'd like to hear from staff. What was it like on your end, and who'd like to go first?
I'll have a go.
Okay.
Director Seegers, and I'll invite Tina and Aidan to chime in, and anyone else that wants to at the end. And in some ways, this leads into the next agenda item, because the remarks I'd prepared were basically what Donna had requested. I didn't know that's what Director McMahon was going to request, and it's always nice to accidentally be ready for a question like that ahead of time. So first of all, the first thing, recognizing that this was something we all decided pretty recently on pretty short notice, and it took a fair bit of courage. It took a pretty big leap of faith for all of you as directors to say, oh yeah, we'll be the face of this year's budget and we'll lead all these presentations. I guess you'll help us with some of the materials, I hope. And so thank you to all of you for having the courage and the strength to do this. It was a great opportunity for us as staff. We don't have that many opportunities to work directly with you as directors. The way that governance works, there's not too many opportunities for staff and boards and staff and councils to roll up their sleeves and work together. And this was one of those times. And I think for us as staff, it was a really positive opportunity to work directly with you on putting these presentations together. It was definitely a reminder as we were putting this material together of how complicated it is to present like budget and rate information in a way that makes sense when you're dealing with a regional district. It's hard enough as a municipality, but it is far more complicated to do these things as a regional district. And while these ones, because we did start late with this format and late in the process, these were information sessions. but we certainly learned a tremendous amount through the questions and through the constant revisions we did between each session that will help us do actual meaningful engagement for the 2022 budget. We'll be able to utilize more meetings in a format like this. We may be fortunate enough at some point before the 2022 budget to have a few in-person gatherings of some kind. And we're going to really be able, I think, to harness the power of our new Bang the Table platform, to use that as a powerful engagement tool to solicit information that can help us shape the 2022 budget. And I really look forward to that. We learned a lot between session to session. And if we were even to look at the slides now, the first session that Director Pratt did and the very last session that we did don't look exactly the same. It's pretty similar, but we constantly refined it, and I think that was quite valuable. Finally, a huge thank you to our senior leadership team, in particular our finance and communications teams. Tina, Aiden, and their teams did a tremendous amount of work in putting this stuff together. And I know that we were all busy, and I know that everyone's busy, but it was actually kind of fun too. And I think at the end of the day, this is allowed to be fun. We're trying to find the positives in ways that we communicate this information. I'm really excited about getting started earlier in 2022. We're thinking we might launch the 2022 budget process as early as May, to give us lots of time to hear from the public and to take that information and help it shape the next year's budget. And finally, when we look at what we're doing today, we're revisiting the budget proposals from round one today. One thing we still have to factor in that isn't factored in yet, but is exciting, is we're going to have to still make a few adjustments for the union agreement once ratified. And we're hoping to bring some preliminary information for your consideration over the next couple of weeks. I think that wraps it up from my perspective. Tina, Aiden, anyone else, if you'd like to share some thoughts on the info sessions and how we can harness those moving forward, that'd be great.
All right, who wants to go first? Aiden, go ahead.
Yeah, I can go first. Thanks, CEO McKinley, and thanks for the opportunity. Yeah, I think for me, you know, obviously being still quite new in the role, it was a good opportunity to hear areas where the public most certainly want to know more information. You know, to our CAO's point, you know, planning for budget 2022 has already started. You know, and you know, one of the common themes that I heard throughout the information sessions was, you know, the likes of recreation and cultural services. You know, let's break them down. Let's talk a little bit more about them. So it's not necessarily, you're not necessarily going to be hearing about that, you know, when, you know, we hit, you know, kind of, you know, this time next year. You know, it's all going to be cyclical, and, you know, we're really going to plan to get as much information out there so the public have a better sense of, you know, potential increases and where we are with projects, you know, well ahead of the time that we come to, you know, round one budget meeting. But no, I think for, you know, again, for me, it was really great to hear that. It was really great to work with all of you, you know, on those presentations, and yeah, I learned a lot as well. So, you know, we've done it now. We'll build on it for next year, and I'm excited to do that. So,
thank you, CFO.
Yes, thank you, Chair, for and to the rest of the board to allow us to have this opportunity to have the board be the face of what I feel is one of their key policy and guiding tools for the regional district. So I really feel this was a great opportunity to have you as the face of those policy decisions. And also, of course, as CAO McKinley said, we need to make it fun. And I think it was very fun for me because I got to sit in the background of these particular sessions. And so what I think this did was moved us ahead a little bit in finding out what is important to the various communities we serve. And it really just moved the needle ahead about how we can then make the financial information relevant for them and digestible. And I think that's where I most certainly have really been grateful for working with Aiden and having him here on board to be able to take that complicated information and make it simplified for people to understand. And so again, just really looking forward to next year and want to thank you. And I think tonight's our last session for people to be engaged in with the Coast Cable session. So I hope that goes well as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Beamish.
I think the one thing that I was thinking would possibly help over this next year now is to have some kind of a quarterly reporting or even semi-annual reporting of the budget status and the challenges, and even a glimpse of the plans for 2022. We have and will be on a quarterly basis. We receive an update from our directors of finance relative to how our budgets are doing. But this is frankly the only time during the year that we ever sit in front of council or the public and talk about the regional district budget. And maybe we should be integrating a little bit more of that at the municipal level. On a quarterly basis or each biannually, and say, okay, you saw the budget in the spring. Here's where we're doing. Here's where the challenges are. Here's what some of the projects that how they're going. So that it might be useful just to have a report. And I know there's going to be reports on file with the regional district that we can, but maybe just kind of drawing that down through the similar simple tables as to what has happened with the plan relative to the municipal costs for 2021 and going forward. That might help keep people engaged and to see that we are integrated and there are impacts of decisions that are made outside of the municipality that affect the municipality. Just a thought.
Director McMahon and then Director Pratt.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on something Director Lee said that I think is important, and that is that we should be able to promote people asking questions into the meeting room so that we can see them. Having the taxpayers be invisible in this process is not really a good message. So I think that is one thing that we can do to improve it. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Pratt.
Thank you. Just to go back to Director Beamish's comments. So we do at the regional district, we do have the variance reports that do come from the finance department. I can't remember if those are quarterly or twice a year, CFO. And so what you're wanting then is a more municipal focused one, and maybe a reporting back. And I think that's one of the things that has come up a couple of times is the communication between the SCRD board and the member municipalities and finding what works within the member municipalities and how you want that. Because if you're wanting, if it works for your councils to have either the chair or the vice chair of the board come and answer those questions along with staff support from the SCRD side, maybe quarterly or twice a year, just to keep it more relevant with the municipalities. I'm sure we can work something out like that. But I hear what you're saying, Director Beamish, but because for each municipality, there's a different reporting back, and we have all of these reports at the RD level. So how it becomes a communication from the SCRD board to your council and how that works best for you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But I think that's to say right now, this is the only time we're in front of our councils with SCRD financial matters. So coming through in the even if it's at the 6 month point and saying, here's what we said we were going to do, here's what we've done, here's what is happening. I understand that we're going to get some reporting at the 6 months after July on recreation facilities. Maybe that's the time to do stuff like that too. And I don't mind leading it in the same way and just focusing on those areas that impact us this year and may impact us next year, given what we can foresee coming up. So Because when at the local level in Gibson's, water and sewer, regional water and sewer don't impact us. People read about it, but certainly looking at emergency services and recreation and the bigger picture items, it'd be nice to just have that. And we should be giving that update. I should be giving that update. And if there's a couple of tables that would do that, that would be all we would need, sort of thing.
Well, Director Beamish, and the same goes with the SIGD and the District of Sechelt, as the chair of the SCRD board, I'm more than happy to come anytime to speak to any of those and or come to your councils at any time. So feel free to anytime to reach out, and I'm happy to do that. And we can do kind of the team effort that we did on Tuesday of this week.
Thank you.
Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to chime in with I think it's going to depend on each government's sort of desire for that information. Like I report back to our council with a written report every 2 weeks. Usually 2 pages, sometimes 3. I've started attaching things to that report. So when we first brought forward the new landfill fees amendment table, I attached that to my report for reference for my fellow councillors. And so far, I haven't had too many questions from council on what I've been reporting back, and I have included budget information. Mr. Buckley sent out a news release that had links to budget items and where they were in the videos and things like that. I linked that entire press release into my council report. I have actually had feedback from the public that appreciate that reporting because it makes it digestible for them versus trying to follow our 3-day long budget meeting or what have you. They can just sort of read the synopsis of how it affects Sechelt. I think there's a varying level of comfort. I don't know, we can ask in Sechelt, but I don't know that our council would want or need that same sort of presentation, because we are reporting back to them fairly regularly and fairly in depth. But yeah,
I understand where Director Beamish is coming and where Director Toth is coming, and I think that's just something that we as municipal directors need to keep our eye on as we're going forward. Having been through this budget process as we can look at, is this something that when that 6-month budget document comes out, telling us where we are with the projects, is that a time to kind of stop and take stock and do something up that provides that? That's something we can look at. I mean, it's a good thought. So we'll have to put that into our calendars and revisit that as we're coming closer to that. All right. Anything else from any directors? Director Hiltz.
Thanks, Chair. The phrase or the term integration between the various local governments is something I think is missing in that we stand as our jurisdictional areas with our own budgets, but I'm going, how much does local government put into the economy of the Sunshine Coast as a whole? Like SCRD's $70 million. We're talking over $100 million, and this for me, it falls under this, why don't we have one local government kind of thing? Well, we do have one local government, but there are all these component pieces. So what does the biggest picture for the whole Sunshine Coast look like? Which is not SCRD, not Sechelt, TOG, SIG, it's everyone. So, ultimately I'm going, well, how much does this whole thing cost me to live here? Like everyone, when I go to buy groceries in Sechelt or SIG, wherever I go, I see local government. I guess I have a bias now too, right? So but I think this is to put local government in front of people, that when you're driving down the street and you go into Gibson's is paying for your roads. So this, how do we show the whole coast local government to the average Sunshine Coasters? So yeah, the integration, I think, is something that I'm quite interested in understanding myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions before we move on? All right. CAO, next item on our agenda, you've covered that off, I believe. All right. One of the points that came up at the agenda review is around frequently asked questions. And that is being posted on our website and will be updated with information that came from the various presentations and from the community engagement. All right. All right. So Mr. Buckley, did you want to speak to that?
Yeah, that is. Yeah. You're right there, Director Seegers. Yeah. So we will be posting that. Essentially, we wanted to wait until we had finished all the information sessions to put all the questions together, and then we'll be posting that close to the end of the week.
Thank you. Okay, so next item on our agenda is Pat Harvey, Board Chair, and Leanne Emery, Library Director for Sechelt Public Library. So can we bring them into the meeting, please? Thank you. Please turn on your video and you can unmute. Okay, Pat.
It says my video is on my system.
Yes, you're on now. We can,
okay,
can see
good.
you.
Could I ask for a small correction? I'm Harvey, not Higgins. Okay, it's fixed.
Okay. Thank you.
Well,
Pat,
yeah.
Sorry, just there's a little bit of a feedback happening there. So when you're talking, it's fine, but I may mute you when you're not, if it's loud.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
I'm going to speak very briefly just to thank you for the chance to come and discuss with you some of the questions that arose in your discussions last week on our budget. And Leanne is the one who has been working with all kinds of time to answer the questions. So I'd like to turn it over to her.
Thank you.
Thank you to everyone for inviting both Pat and myself here today. Director McMahon, I understand that is Director McMahon here?
Yes.
There you are. Okay, sorry. Lots of people on the screen today. So I do remember that you had some reservations about making me uncomfortable by being here, but I'm okay. Don't worry. So library exhaustion is a phrase that I heard all of you talk about on Feb 25, and I fully concur. I know that all of you have busy schedules and lots of responsibility. And I can see why you're exhausted by the libraries. And trust me, it's exhausting for me too. So hopefully we can answer some of your questions and move forward on what we're presenting. So just a really quick background. I was actually hired in February of 2020 for 6 months as an interim. And through a very unique set of circumstances, I ended up becoming the director on November 1st. It wasn't expected by the library or myself. So anyways, here we are. My background is not in libraries. It's actually in executive management, administration, and consulting. I have worked in many different industries, I think 8 or 9. And that includes an overseas post in a war zone. So coming to a library was really different, but it did allow me to have a really unique, fresh set of eyes when I came to the library to start looking at the business of being a library and how I could move it forward in a really professional manner. So I do know that a lot of you have library connections. Director McMahon, I know you've done a lot of work with Gibson's Library for many, many years, and I'm sure they're very grateful. Director Hiltz, I know you even have education in library science. I saw that. And also Director Toth, Director Pratt, and Chair Seegers, all of you, 2 of you have sat on our board on an ongoing basis as the representatives of your areas, and we're very, very grateful for that. It actually is a really positive impact on our board because we also get to know what you're doing when you give us your reports. And Chair Seegers, you come on an ad hoc basis to give us updates and to share information with us too. So thank you for all of that input. I just wanted to focus today on a couple of areas. So one, of course, is the numbers that we're asking for, and the second is the 5-year agreement. So regarding the numbers, on November 4th at the pre-budget, there was a budget submitted to you, which had been the budget of previous people at the library, and it was what you were working on last summer towards the 5-year funding agreement. So we were asked to just submit that particular budget. After that, we were told to sharpen our pencils, and that we did. So I actually started digging into what the library's budget really was. I have to say I spent hundreds and hundreds of hours analyzing this budget to death, going through it line by line, understanding what was really involved in the line items, and were they accurate? Were they overstated? Were they understated? They were basically scrutinized, analyzed to death, and my admin assistant spent many hours with me doing this. So a few things just on the revenue side. What I did notice of previous budgets were a few things on the revenue side. We had a lot of revenue coming in on previous budgets from Friends of the Library and from capital accounts. And those are things that should not be coming into an operating budget. Those are for capital expenses. And they were basically being used to help pay for operating expenses. And there was another big interesting item in that the provincial government does give us a grant every year. It gives every library a grant, whether you're municipal, regional, or an association. It gives everybody a grant every year. But that grant has not increased or changed whatsoever in 11 years. So that previous budget also had increases set into it in hopes that we would have an increase from the provincial government. We've had a lot of discussions with the provincial government. They've just changed from education to municipalities. And I actually have a little bit of a worry that they might even decrease their funding, but we're not 100% sure yet. So that was another big thing, that we could not really count on an increase from the province, unfortunately, for each year on that budget. On the expense side, many line items were actually reduced. So what was presented to you on the previous budget, we actually reduced a lot of line items. I think the biggest thing with the budget, and especially with the expenses, is that it is not a wish list for this library. The wish list doesn't even come into consideration for an operating budget here. It is definitely just a needs list. Some of the increases that we showed in 2022 are larger because unfortunately we have really big expenses coming in that year. We have quite a few people coming onto a municipal pension plan, and that digs into the budget a lot. We also have a union negotiation next year, so that's an extra cost. And one of the only consultants that I have to have is a union consultant. So that's another expense. So that does increase the cost for next year. Things like every 4 years, we have to have RCMP checks in the library. So just unusual things like that pop up and do change numbers. We also have a job reclassification. Hopefully, as soon as we're finished budgeting here, I can start on that for this team. It is long overdue. And so besides a union negotiation next year, we have job reclassifications this year. So I really just hope I built enough into that budget to anticipate what I think may happen. So just to talk about some of the concerns that I heard that you have had, I heard some of these on Feb 25, but I have listened to probably almost every meeting that you've had regarding the library for the last year. But these concerns I did note in the Feb 25 meeting you had. So Director Tees and Director McMahon, you both mentioned that we've had a lot of increases over the year. And I do see that. From what I can understand from our board and from our staff and from different sources, we have gone now from being in quite a situation of being in austerity to actually functioning. And the increases have made that possible, and you have made that possible, along with the district and the SIGD. So I really do thank you for those. I feel like we're in a comfortable position as a library. I mean, it's just generally never enough, but I feel like we're comfortable. And I do thank you for bringing us up to that point. I can see some of the trauma in the library that has been a result of not having enough money. When I came here, we actually had literally like 6 people sitting on a 6-foot desk, sharing computers and sharing phones. And that's just one small example. So, you know, I think the staff here 100% do not live in any kind of luxury. We don't have a library that's full of luxury. We certainly do not operate in luxury. So we are on a maintaining basis. Director McMahon, you also said that you hope that we could learn, the cost of living is this, and you hope that we could learn to live within a budget. And I 100% agree. And I wish that everything followed a cost of living increase. And the reality is, as you just mentioned earlier, it just doesn't. So things for us, like this operating budget is not a wish list. Most things are things that we do not control. For example, courier cost, hydro cost, benefit cost. So they don't follow a cost of living. And I heard you say earlier that you wish it did follow a cost of living, but it doesn't. So there's not a lot on our budget that we can really be flexible with. And I wish we could, because, ultimately, like Chief Paul said earlier, we're not trying to rob Peter or beat up Paul. We are trying to make this a win-win situation for all of you funders and for the library. So we're in it together, and we are all taxpayers. So we're hoping to make this a win-win situation. Director Lee, I thought it was really interesting because you brought up that you think that libraries are sharing a lot more costs now, and maybe that would be the reason not to sign a 5-year budget, because maybe we could share a lot more things going forward. But you're right, we do share an immense amount of things as libraries. So just a quick list for you, just so you have a little bit of an insight into how much we do share. So first thing is that we share information and research. I belong to, as does Heather and Gibson's, we both attend weekly or bi-weekly meetings with all of the directors in BC. And over the last year, it has saved our buns in sanity. We share library knowledge, COVID knowledge, operational knowledge. So we do have a huge group of us that support each other in terms of information and research. Online resources. Gibson's and Sechelt Library have negotiated as many sharing opportunities as we can in terms of online sharing. A lot of them are population-based, so sometimes we can do it, and sometimes we're out of a population base that we can actually do that for. But we have saved thousands and will continue to save thousands every year just by doing that. We do share books. We have the Interlibrary Loan Program. We have the Interlibrary Connect Program. We share books all over Gibson's, the Sunshine Coast, the Lower Mainland, BC, and even Canada. And it goes both ways. One of the big areas, and this might be what you were potentially referring to mostly, was that 26 of the Sitka libraries, and that's the system we use on our websites to locate books and put books on hold. We jointly pool money every year towards shared resources, shared online resources for all of those 26 library patrons. We vote on the percentage increase every year, and we pool money to share. But what also happens is, if I see you, Leonard, actually having a book on hold, and you are like 10th down the line, what we will do is actually buy that for our Sechelt patrons. So we watch that all the time to make sure you're not having to wait forever for a book. So we contribute separately to shared resources and shared resource and not shared resources for our Sechelt patrons. Also, if you want to request a book, we'll buy that for you, more than likely, not 100%. One of the big dangers with online resource sharing, as a lot of people think it's so simple, but what happens is when you buy an online book, you actually own it for 1 year or 2 years. You do not own it into perpetuity. It's a very limited time that you own it. So you have to watch how much money you put into online resources as compared to buying physical actual books. So I think another way that we really share between libraries is with community partners. We have so many community partners that we do so many things with. It's like another full-time job just dealing with community partners. But we share knowledge, we share infrastructure, we share rooms, we share programming costs, we share staff working on programs and things together. And one of my favorite ways that we share, especially with the District of Sechelt, is that we have saved so much money at this library by being able to utilize the maintenance staff, Dylan Chow, at the District of Sechelt. It's amazing to be able to share that resource and have somebody committed to helping us make this look better and feel better, but that we also don't have to pay for. So I do appreciate that. Regarding the 5-year agreement, again, it's library exhaustion. This is so many hours and hours of preparation and report writing. It is truly exhausting. I have lost so many hours of sleep worrying about whether I did this budget to be the best for our staff, to be the best for our patrons, to be the best for our community, and not put them into a dangerous situation. But what I do think is for this budget, in terms of it being 5 years, I think it will give continuity to the funders. I think it'll give continuity to the library staff and the library board. And I've worked very hard to make this really fair to both sides, to the funders and to us. What I do like about it, because yes, Chair Seeger has mentioned I had trepidation about going out 5 years, and yes, I did have trepidation. Black swans in business like COVID happen, and other things happen. Even the Bank of Canada doesn't go out 5 years. So what I do like about the 5-year agreement is that it's a base to start with. It is really a base representation of our actual operating costs, but it has out clauses on both sides. So it still has a way out for both parties if something goes awry. Director Lee, I know you don't go to libraries, and that's okay. But we made a lot of difference to patrons in your area. And I think the calculation was even 1 in every 4 library cards came from your area last year. A lot more people are looking at what we can give them online. And I know even with your high-speed internet coming, late this year, that will probably give more people an opportunity to actually utilize some of our resources. So we're excited about that. We support the Pender Harbor Reading Center a great deal. I think it's very crucial as a middle point to helping patrons as well. We're very supportive of that. So I do thank you for your time. I do encourage you to move forward with a 5-year budget and to accept the request that we've put forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Directors, questions, comments? Director Lee.
I don't go to the libraries anymore because I've read every book that's in it.
I bet you I could find one.
I tried to anyways at one point in my life. Now I get most of the books as hand-me-downs from my wife and my son. They provide me with lots of reading material.
What is interesting about that is that I thought when I came here that libraries were just about books, and they are so not. I had a little speech that I think I gave to you at a previous time that talked about how many different things libraries actually do, and to be honest, it's mind-blowing. The people that we impact on a daily basis, and not just our library, but every library, is incredible. We even had like a dementia patient. He didn't know where to go, but he knew he could come to the library and we would help him. We helped so many people not get scammed. We help people learn how to use Zoom by the hundreds. So libraries have a lot of impact beyond books. It's quite amazing.
Yeah, the other comment I got is I got to be careful about picking up a book because I stopped doing everything else until I finished reading it. So it's a time management thing as well.
All right,
I'm sure we'll see you here.
Yeah, Director McMahon and then Director Ties.
Yeah, I can't resist commenting on the library exhaustion because I was on the Gibson's Library Board for 8 years. So I have been coming to these budget meetings for years, and I'm sure that you've heard about the saga of the Seashell, the whole history of the library funding. And every year coming to the meetings, it was a saga. I'm not sure whether it was a soap opera or a disaster movie, but it was every year was absolutely hair-tearing. I'm really interested that you're coming at this from the point of view of the business of being a library, because one thing I discovered from being on a library board is that library directors in small libraries they're doing everything. They're doing HR, they're doing finance, they're running the library. And much of the role of the library director, they have no training for. The HR being an example, the library schools do not teach HR and they don't teach financial management. And so, it's no wonder library directors come and go in a lot of libraries, is because they get into a job that is extremely difficult. I'll add that the province has been trying to wriggle out of funding libraries now for at least 15 years. They haven't managed yet, but it's every year it comes up. The final thing I wanted to say, and this is where discussions about libraries have often gotten into the weeds, is that our role here is to figure out how much money we can give you, but we don't tell you how to use it. That's your lane, as Director Hiltz would say. So, I don't ever want to get into discussions of, can you do this much or can you do that much? That's your part to figure out, and we just have to deal with what kind of increases we can manage on our tax budget. So thank you.
Thank you. Director Ties.
Yeah, thank you for that presentation. And, I acknowledge, yes, there's some library exhaustion going on, and especially for me as the Area D director who gets to sit on 2 library functions. It's fantastic. But, when I look at the historical budget increases, they are, there's been an alarming increase over the last 10 or so years. But the one thing that does give me reassurance is that we have people from our board that sit in on the library board meetings, and the people on our board are the people that I trust to make sure that they look out for the best interests of our community. And I have yet to hear them complain about the budget increases. So that's something that's reassuring for me. And so thank you for that presentation. And Roberts Creek and myself are very supportive of libraries, and it certainly is the big equalizer for those people that don't have the means to have technology in their house. And so to me, it's an essential service. And Roberts Creek will put up their hand, but I just wanted to point out that yes, there has been some dramatic increases over the last few years.
Director Beamish, and then Pat Harvey.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for that presentation. As a mayor of Gibsons, or Gibsons director, I'm not involved in the Seashell Library, but it is significant that the significant role that libraries play in our communities beyond books needs to be recognized. I mean, our library in Gibsons is very much involved in providing a safe space. We have a lot of vulnerable people who need that during the day, and need a place to go, need a place to find supports. And I know that the empathy received from the library in Gibsons is very important to the success of a lot of people at the street level in our community. And I really appreciate that. And it's something that gets overlooked, and you can't budget for it. You can't budget for the fact that somebody gets out of the supportive housing, comes from the supportive housing or from a shelter, and has a place where they can spend a little bit of time. It is not given the bum's rush to move along. And I really appreciate that of the library. And Heather in Gibsons is very much a part of our solution in the homeless situation, and has been. And I'm sure that's the same for the Seashell Library. So thank you for what you guys do in the communities. And it's more than a business, in my view. It's a service, and as mentioned, an essential service in our communities. So thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to say 2 things. First of all, I want to give big thanks to Leanne, who put all this together for us and has done a really good job of identifying our situation. And I want to mention very quickly to Director McMahon that I was at many of those meetings because I was on the library board some years ago, and we were attending these budget meetings together. And yes, there was a saga. And I think in one sense that to cover some of the questions about our increases, we're now in a situation where we're trying to balance off what was many years of underfunding. Things are looking so much better for us now. And this gives us a chance, this new budget, to carry on for another few years to get ourselves on an even keel. So I very much appreciate your comments. Great to see your support. And I thank you on behalf of the board.
Sorry, I thought I was unmuted. Director Hiltz.
Thanks, Chair. And I just want to really say thank you, Leanne, for the presentation and the perspective that you are bringing. It's you know, I am an insider in that kind of a world, and it's really interesting to see someone from the outside coming to the inside and going, wow, I never knew that this was there. Wow. So I really appreciate that perspective that you have brought. So just thanks. And yeah, my pitch for libraries is that they're the first working together groups. They're beg, borrow, or steal is the motto, and they're a democratizing institution. So, you know, that's my bias, right? So I can't get away from that. So thanks again for the presentation. Really appreciate the comments.
I'm just going to make a comment about something that came up on our District of Sechelt agenda last night. As I think we may have seen it here already, if not, it'll be coming. There was a letter from Minister Robinson about the results of some of the calls we had. One of the comments in the letter, one of the little articles, was around the homeowner grant and how this, as of this year, municipalities are no longer supposed to accept the homeowner grant forms, that they are now going to be online and people can apply online for those homeowner grants. So I woke up this morning thinking, okay, what do we do for those people who don't have a computer? So first of all, yeah, we have a computer in our lobby at Municipal Hall. So we need to let, you know, in our insert with our taxes, we need to let them know about that. But I also thought, okay, we need to give the library the heads up so that if people are needing to apply for this and don't have a computer, that's a place they can go, right? So, I mean, it's filling in all of those holes for people who don't necessarily have access to the online world that we're more and more pushing them to have, and the library has to fill that gap. So, I mean, that was one of my first thoughts this morning waking up. I know my brain works weird. Any other questions or comments for Leanne or Pat? All right, thank you for being here. Thank you for coming and presenting. We're going to move you out into the gallery and we will go on with our agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Okay, perfect. All right, so we will move on to item number 5 on our agenda. Once we've done number 5, I think we're going to 5 and 6. Sorry, we'll take a break following 5 and 6, because that is library. So item number 5, this is on the Sechelt Public Library Draft Funding and Service Agreement. So I look to directors. I think we've talked about all this information previously. What would you like to do? Director Lee?
I'd like to make a motion to accept the recommendations as listed on page 1.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that recommendation? Seconded. Thank you. Any further discussion or comment? This is voting all directors. All right. All those in favor? Any opposed? Would you like that recorded? Thank you. Director Ties.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we want to pull that notice of motion up to right now, or do we want to leave that to the end of the agenda?
With the board's indulgence, we could do that. That is item 34 on our revised agenda or amended agenda. And there are a couple of changes in the recommendation. As I understand, in the first whereas, the last three words, per capita basis, are going to be struck from the recommendation. And in the last little clause, and be it further resolved, it's not Q43, it'll be Q4. All right, Director Ties, did you want to move that? Maybe read it and move it?
Yeah, sure. So for those, it's on our amended agenda on page, there's no page numbers on our amended agenda. So
Page 4, top of the page.
Page 4. And it is, whereas Sechelt Public Library funding contributions are calculated on a percentage of the population based on the estimated percentage used per capita basis.
No, per capita basis is not included.
Oh, right. Yes. And whereas the funding contribution calculations are based on the following: District of Sechelt and Area B are considered 100% served by the Sechelt Public Library. Area D is considered 50% served by the Sechelt Public Library and 50% served by the Gibson's Library. Area A is considered 33% served due to the physical distance from the Sechelt Public Library. And SIGD is currently considered 42% served by the Sechelt Public Library, gradually increasing to 46% served. Therefore, be it resolved that the SCRD reach out to the SIGD to renegotiate SIGD's funding contribution to the Sechelt Public Library for the years 2022 to 2025, and be it further resolved that any subsequent recommendation for an amendment to the Sechelt Public Library funding agreement come forward for the SCRD board's consideration before Q4 2021.
All right, that's been moved. Is there a seconder? Seconded. Any questions or comments on the recommendation? Director Lee.
Yes, I understand that the SIGD population is spread throughout the province. So does that 46% represent the people that are within this, what I would call the serving area of the Sechelt Library? In other words, are we doing something that's fair here?
That's a good question. I don't know who has that answer. Okay, corporate officer.
Thank you, Chair. The Sechelt Indian Government District is the municipal area which is represented by the SIGD lands within the regional district boundaries.
So what you're saying is it's only the residents that are local that are included in the population for this calculation?
For the Sechelt Indian Government District, correct.
Yes, okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor of the recommendation? Sorry, Director Hiltz, I got you. Go ahead and make your comment now too.
Yeah, I'm not going to support this. At this point is for me. I think the work has been done to do the 5 years. The amount of money that this is looking at, to go from the 42 to the 46 is $4,000. So in terms of the amount of effort to go through this, my preference is to go through the 5 years. Allow that stability. Don't unless SIG really wanted to do this. My focus is on the stability on the 5 year, and the actual money amount is pretty small relative to the budget. If I'm reading the motion correctly, so yeah, I don't support it as it is.
All right. Would you like your vote recorded? Sorry, you're muted.
Sorry about that, Chair. Before I vote on it, I guess I would want to know why reopen it? Why reopen the negotiation? So that's the reason. I'm not hearing a good compelling reason to reopen this for what I see as a relatively small amount of money over the duration of the agreement. So I'm wondering what is the intent is, and who's asking for this? So I guess I don't understand the context of the motion.
Okay, so before I go to Director Ties and Director Beamish, I was actually around when the first 5-year agreement was negotiated. I was sitting on the Regional District Board at the time. When that first 5-year agreement was made, the percentage contributions that were put into that budget were based on the previous year's allocations of funding that directors had kind of arbitrarily determined they were willing to pay. So that's where that budget started from. So it might be, I don't remember the numbers, but area D might have put in 25% and area, B had put in 75% because it was based on a number, not any kind of basis for actually making a calculation. Okay, so that's how the first 5-year agreement was made. What we're looking at with this agreement is to come up to some consistent way of determining these numbers for the allocation of the funding. And so with area A, we're looking at 33% again because of the distance from the library, but everybody else, basically 100% of our population is allocated in one way or another. Area D is split. So we're just inside of the conversation with SIGD. We don't know if that conversation has been held. And if so, it should be addressed in the agreement as such. That's the conversation. Will it change? Maybe not. But that conversation, we believe, needs to happen at the board level or council level with the SIGD. All right, Director Ties and then Director Beamish.
Yeah, I think it's just worth reopening for what Director Seeger says, and that's just fairness across the board and equal treatment for everyone. And then it is more than just $4,000 because the argument is that SIGD is actually 100% served, so they would actually more than double their contribution if that was what the Sechelt Council is willing to support. So. I'm looking forward to hearing from Sechelt Council on this, and certainly there's some input that's needed from that side. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Beamish and then Director Paul.
Yeah, I'm cautious to enter into this discussion because this does not affect the town of Gibson's financially. I only note that on the second page of the staff report that we just voted on with the resolutions, it says that from the staff from the district of Sechelt Indian Government District, Sechelt Library, and the SRD have met several times over the past year to discuss the draft Sechelt Public Library Agreement, which is attached. This seems to be another effort to force some discussion or negotiation that may not have been successful. I'm not sure I understand why this resolution comes up after we voted on a 5-year agreement, and that's just my question. Am I missing something here? And I would prefer not to actually vote on this item because it does not directly affect the town of Gibson's.
Okay, with regards to the voting, the only way to recuse yourself is to actually leave the meeting. If you're in the meeting, you are voting. Director Paul.
Thank you. I did bring this back to my team for a discussion with staff, and as Mayor Beamish has indicated, this was a conversation that was had, and there was several meetings and negotiations put forward, and everybody came to a resolution on this, and that's what was presented to my council, and the council approved it. And with the notice that to the members that we were moving forward with a 30% increase in year to year from 2019 to 2020. There's a 30% increase in our version of our budget. So they are open to probably having a conversation about it next year, but I would probably not be as overly enthusiastic to bring it forward. I think that my team would look at it from a slightly different lens and say that we have approved a 30% increase going forward and adjust it to COLA on a go forward basis from that point. But if this is to be brought forward, I'm prepared to bring it back to my team and have that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Tara, I guess I'd look to corporate officer. Do we need to redo this vote? I think I jumped the gun kind of thing with Director Hiltz and Director Beamish and Director Paul.
So will the we've completed the vote. We voted on the
yes.
item. And you were on the prevailing side of that vote?
Yes.
You can bring it back for reconsideration then and revote.
Thank you. I will bring this back for reconsideration and revote. All those in favor?
Could you clarify what we're bringing back?
We're bringing the same recommendation, the motion in number 34 in our agenda.
Okay, I hadn't realized we voted on that, sorry.
That's the recommendation that Director Tighe read. Okay, does everybody know what we're voting on?
Did we vote to approve that recommendation?
We're bringing that back for reconsideration and revote. Okay, all those in favor of the recommendation? Okay, all those opposed? All right, that has been defeated. Thank you. So we have one more item with regards to libraries. We will cover that one off and then we will take a break. Director Hiltz and then Director Beamish.
Yes, Chair, if I could record my vote in that item, please.
Okay, Tara, do you have that? Corporate officer?
Oh, thank you, Chair. A defeated recommendation in committee is not recorded.
Okay.
It would be irrelevant at board.
Thank you. Okay. Next item, number 6. This is Gibson's District Public Library funding allocation confirmation from Electoral Area D Library Service. And I believe, Tina, you're speaking to this.
Yes, thank you, Chair. In drafting or reviewing the minutes from round 1, it was realized that the contribution from the Area D Library Service was allocated at the same percentage as 2020. So we just wanted to reaffirm the contribution from the Area D Library Service. So I believe the area director has some information if he would like to make any amendments for the final budget.
Thank you. Director Tighe.
Yes, thank you for that. And hold on, I'm just trying to find it here. Switching between agendas. Well, essentially what I'd like to do is amend the contribution to reflect the percentage increase from 2020 to 2021. So to increase it slightly, I hope staff have the numbers available.
Tina?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So what would occur is that the Gibson's and District Area Library grant request was $668,901 for 2021. And so if the Area D library service wanted to reflect the 3.09 increase, their overall funding towards the Gibsons and District Library would increase to $78,001. Last year it was $75,662.
Yep, that sounds good to me, and so I'd like to move that.
There's a seconder for that recommendation. Seconded. And Tara, do you have what you need in the recommendation? Thank you. All those in favor? Director Hiltz. I'm going too fast for you, sorry.
Yeah, I did miss, I am interested in the allocation between the Gibsons and Sechelt. I didn't quite hear, was it a percentage change or was it a dollar change? I'm kind of missing that little piece of the interaction with GDPL. Sorry about my slow on the
That's okay.
on the button.
Tina, did you want to address that?
Yeah, so in essence, what has occurred is the Area D library contribution to the grant portion towards the library, but also the Gibsons and District Area Library is a service of the regional district. So it's a contribution from Area D to the Gibsons and Area Library Service, of which the participants are E, F, and the town of Gibsons. And so part of that function also is costs associated with running the facility. So there is a small portion from Area D that's historically gone towards that. So their contribution for the library grant has gone up about 3.09%. So I think it was 61,000 and some change, which goes up to about 63,000 and some change. And so there's additional costs there for maintenance. So their total contribution towards that service will be $78,001, where it was $75,662 last year.
All right, and does that have any impact on the other funders for the Gibsons Library?
Yes, it does. It actually decreases their contribution. So it will decrease the tax relative to that increase.
Director Hiltz, follow up?
Yes, thanks, Chair. So Area D's contribution to SPL is going up and contribution to GDPL is going down. Is that? No.
The contribution from Area D to the Gibsons Public Library is going up, and that will lower the contribution from areas E, F, and the town of Gibson slightly. The two are totally separate. Their contribution to the town of Gibsons and the Sechelt Public Library are totally separate conversations. At this point, it's only the Gibsons Public Library that we're looking at. Further follow-up? All right. Seeing nothing further on libraries, we are at 11:08. 10-minute break. 11:18. See you back here then. Welcome back to the Special Corporate Administrative Services Committee meeting, round 2 budget of Thursday, March 4th. We are moving on to item number 7 in our budget. Annex B, this is final 2020 project carry forwards, and this will be coming to us from the senior leadership team. Who's taking lead? CFO Perot.
Yeah, if I could just comment more on process and what information you have in front of you here, Chair, is this particular list has been updated from the initial list that was included both in the pre-budget sessions as well as the list provided at round 1. So as we conclude our 2020 year-end values, this list becomes finalized, which is in front of you today, to approve these particular projects to be incorporated in the 2021-2025 financial plan.
Thank you. So, directors, questions on any of the items on the list? This is looking at page 27. Okay, Director Ties, I know you had some questions at pre-budget. We'll start with Director McMahon.
This is very slightly off topic, but I still haven't got my head around what regional lighting is. So maybe not necessarily right now, but I'd be kind of interested in finding out what is regional lighting. Do I have any of it? Where is it?
Okay. And on topic, any questions? Director Lee.
Is looking at this list taking the place of going through these budget sheets one at a time and considering them at that time?
No, these are the carry forwards. So these are ones that we approved last year that still have work remaining that are carrying forward into 2021. And we need to basically say, yes, continue working on these so that they are remaining as part of our financial plan.
Yes, I understand that part, but they are also repeated in our big spreadsheets here.
Yes.
Under the
yes. Yes, those are the ones that are pink in this big spreadsheet.
Yeah, I kind of thought we were going to go through those sheets again, but that's not the case?
Not for the carry forwards. We can do them one off. If there's something that you have in a carry forward that you have questions on, yes, that's what the time now is for.
Okay, give me a sec. All my notes.
No problem.
All my notes are on the spreadsheets.
That's great. That's great. Director Ties.
So yeah, one question I do have is around the Langdale Well projects, which are somehow my notes got a bit disheveled here. There is the CP 116 function 370, about 5 from the top, and then further down there's another Langdale Well project. I'm just wondering how those have been affected by our new budget request to explore the expansion of the Langdale Well, and whether those projects have been impacted materially by those by our new proposal to make the Langdale Well part of the Chapman system.
Yeah, and I think that's GM Rosenboom.
Yep, thank you. Thank you for the question. These projects, there are 2 line items for more or less the same project. It's additional funding. They are both related to the refurbishing of the well that was initially installed in the 70s. So it's the building as well as the entire well that's being redeveloped. At the end of this project, we're doing a pump test on this existing well to confirm the yield. And what we expect is that there will be significant amount of excess yield that we can draw from the well and that we're currently not using. That additional volume It's never been used, but we got a license. No, we have the ability to draw from it. And with the development of the well field and the connection to the church road, to the Chapman system, we can actually use that access water as well. So actually the return on investment, if you call it that way, of this project will increase significantly, of the current project will increase significantly by the development of the church, of the Langdale well field.
All right, Director Lee.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I only have one question, and it's because I don't know what the project is. It's the Emergency Support Services ESS 20/20 project. And it's for 16,300. It's not a big item, but I didn't know what it was. It didn't trigger anything.
I don't know. Is there any staff member here who can actually speak to that? Okay, CFO.
Yes, that was in relation to a grant that we received through UBCM. And so there's still remaining funds for in support of emergency social services. And that was to provide some more IT and technical equipment for that particular group, which is a volunteer organization that helps with emergency planning.
Thank you.
Okay, a little further to that is the province has actually changed the process by which they submit forms and etc. and information about the funds that have been spent for various things, and it requires computer access. So it's providing that support to our ESS to align with the provincial process. All right, Director Beamish.
Looking at the list on page 27, a lot of the projects that were approved in 2020 were not started, and no expenditures that were carried over, and for obvious reasons, no other reason why. I guess the question is do we have the capacity to do all these carry forwards as well as all the projects that we are adding on in 2021, or should we be looking at 2021 as just an extension of 2020 in a lot of ways and saying, well, we didn't get to the project because of COVID. Should we be adding a lot of new projects to the list? We have, and I know we're going to be adding capacity, but are we adding capacity is to catch up and do 2020 projects plus 2021 projects that in 2022 we don't need? Just, I kind of wonder what it'd be nice to have a year where we actually catch up and do all the things we said we were going to do, and then move forward from that point of having a fairly clean slate. There's a lot of stuff on the project that has not started. That's my thoughts.
Thank you. Staff? We'd like to take that one. CAO.
I can start. Yeah, those are fair comments, Mayor Beamish. It is an aggressive work plan. And while we are staffing up to try to address some of the many projects that are on this ambitious work plan, some of this will happen this year. Some of the carry forwards will be completed this year. Some will go, some are multi-year projects. So we're going to be doing the best we can to move as many of these forward as we can. We'll try to do a better job this year of reporting out on the status of these projects as we move forward, recognizing that the vast majority of our efforts and time is actually goes into the day-to-day operations of the regional district and the services we provide. But it's a fair comment. There's a lot there. And while we're staffing up, we can't immediately staff our way up and out of all the work that we've got here. It's going to take some time to both catch up and move forward.
Thank you. Director Hiltz and then Director McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. I just got to get back to my page here. Yeah, the list is long. For me, one of the things is being able to reference a project in a question. Like I'll go, SAC project is a function 613 CP 1147. So I'm just wondering that, I'm guessing that's a carry forward project. That's the coding for it. Do those, I can't even remember if those numbers go into the project status update spreadsheets in terms of making it easier rather than remembering just the words, but there's this like it's a unique identifier, right? There's less ambiguity when you refer to the project number than to the words. So I'm just wondering about how the project numbers, does a carry forward change, or is this it goes from a budget proposal to a project to a carry forward. So I'm just trying to understand how to track the various words in terms of the coding. It just helps to kind of know if, am I talking about CP 1006 or is it something slightly different? If you could just help me out a little bit on the housekeeping.
Tina?
So the list attached here, I think, is more for a financial purpose. So that's for an internal document where we can then ensure that those values are incorporated in the financial plan. The tools that the board has to track their various projects, I think, are relevant to the spreadsheets, because some of the projects listed here are actually the same project duplicated, but for our purposes, we need to make sure they're included in the financial plan. So we're not going to report to you on the same project. I'm going to give the Mason Road gate replacement as an example. We just report on the Mason Road gate replacement project in the budget project status report. So really that's the project. It's who is funding it is this particular document. So I don't think that we provide you with the specific work order number or project number. That's more for financial. It's to ensure we have caught everything and that these values are included in the financial plan and you understand what values are in the various budgets.
All right, Director McMahon.
Yeah, I'm going to be on topic this time and move the recommendations on page 25.
Okay. Yes. You want to move, did you say you want to move that? Sorry. Okay, and Director Pratt is seconding that. Okay, first of all, any other questions on any of the items? I have one question for staff, and that's with regards to the fire department records management software. I believe this is carry forward not only from 2020, but from 2019, I think. Where are we with this process, this project? I know that what's behind this project is to ensure that we can keep track of training, for example. There's other stuff, but one is to be able to keep track of training that the various firefighters have had so that we can ensure that they have the training required for the different levels in the playbook. So, Ms. Perot, over to you.
Yeah, I think for my role is overseeing the IT division. They are still working with the fire departments on this particular project. It had some delays, I think, due to COVID. So it's still being worked on. So there's lots of collaboration with interdepartments as well. So I would say probably with the records management group as well.
Okay. Thank you. Director Lee.
Yes, a comment and then a question. I did try to find the number, the CP number online to see if there was details behind the budget, but it's not there. And I think CFO just explained to me why it isn't there, because it doesn't really describe any one project. It just describes a capital part of that project. So I think that's correct. And also, I believe if we pass this, we still have the opportunity as we go through the spreadsheets to bring up our individual subjects. Is that correct?
You mean like questions on the carry forwards?
Yes. Because when we're looking at this and we're approving this, projects are scattered through grants, taxation, and carry forward. And if we're not going to get this project done in this year, and yet we're working on another project that we're collecting taxation for, and we're not going to get that done, we should kind of figure that out, because I believe what we do is we collect the taxes ahead of time, even if it's a multi-year project. We don't collect half the money for the project this year and half the money next year, we put it all against this taxation year, even though it's not going to be spent till the next year. So I think that's right, but I don't know.
Okay, CFO?
Yeah, and so these particular values here, and I think it's outlined in the report, these have already been funded. So there's no financial implication to these particular projects. The only difference would be if there's another phase of the project and there's additional funding required, those are new budget proposals. I only think there's a couple. The water chlorination upgrade at the treatment plant would be one of them. So because that's work in progress, we need funding to get it through the finish line. So these do not have any financial impact to the budget for this year.
I think what Director Lee is getting at here is that if we don't know if these projects are going to be happening in 2021, but we know that they have to happen, do we want to tax them this year, or do we want to defer them to tax them next year? Right? Because we're taxing. So for example, take the example I put forward about the fire, whatever that software, the fire department records management software. We funded it in 2019. We haven't spent the money. If we knew that we were going to be spending the money in 2021, we could have not taxed for it in 2019, but taxed for it instead of 2021. So his question is, if we're going to approve all these projects and all this funding, there is an expectation, I think, in the community and among the directors that these projects move forward and that we spend the money that we've taxed this year on projects that happen this year. Understanding that some of the projects are multi-year and that we do have a backlog. So it's how do we reconcile those two, I think is what he's getting at, right? Did I put that correctly, Director Lee?
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, CFO.
I think we'd have to revisit many budget proposals. So we'd probably have to schedule some more meetings. That would be quite a shift.
I think that's a conversation that we as a board need to really keep an eye on this year as we're looking at how the projects move forward and what our carry forwards are going to look like when we're coming into next year's budget. I'm going to go back to Director Lee and then I'll go to Director Beamish.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, CFO. I guess the other way of looking at it is if we do tax this year and we get a really good handle on our projects, because this is a record number of projects, we could consider it money in the bank for next year and potential lower taxation next year. So if we get our COVID through such a curve in us, that I think I could be comfortable with that thought. So thank you.
Thank you. Director Beamish. Please unmute yourself. I think we need t-shirts that say unmute yourself. I do too.
It should be automatic when the hand goes up. It should automatically unmute. That's a good idea. I guess I understood from this list that these are projects that we've actually already taxed for.
Yes.
They were previously approved. So this taxation money exists.
Yes.
And we haven't spent it yet. And
that's correct.
Now we're going to do these projects. We anticipate we'll do these projects within our current resources and capacity. And we're going to add a whole list of other projects that is going to stretch our resources and capacity to do them, that potentially in 2022, 2023, we're going to have a surplus of resources, and we're going to have to go and say, well, okay, we just basically doubled up in 1 year or did 1.5 times what we would normally do. And a question I was going to ask specifically, the money that was not spent on this list, already taxed for, already collected, but unused, did that go into our surplus or does that show somewhere else? Is that part of the $3 million surplus that we have that we are allocating or spending? That's my question.
All right, go to the CFO and then we'll come back to the CAO.
Short answer is no.
Okay.
You've become separated outside of that.
Okay. Okay. But it is true that what we see on this list is either tax for grants or reserves from reserve commitments. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. CAO.
Yeah, the only thing I would add, in addition to what the CFO was saying earlier about going through and re-looking at carry forward projects would be a completely different way of doing things and requiring extra meetings. One of the things we have recognized and that the board is requesting we will be providing is more updates on the status of these projects, both the new ones and the carry forwards at regular intervals so that we're able to keep on top of and track the progress against the approved budget.
Mm-hmm. All right, Director McMahon.
Yeah, I look forward to the philosophical discussion when we're going into the next year's budget process. But I will say that some of my residents have said to me that, yes, you know, we can pay a big tax increase this year, but we don't want you coming back every year saying we didn't tax enough this year, so we're gonna, you know, hoik it up again next year. So I think we're better to get her done and then reevaluate our process. I don't think the process ever envisioned this many projects. This is oh, I can't say that word. It is without precedent.
Thank you. Any other further comments or questions? We have a recommendation on the floor. The recommendation is on page 25 that any remaining ongoing 2020 projects and associated funding be included in the 2021 to 2025 financial plan as presented. Seeing no further hands up, no further questions, all those in favor? Thank you. Moving on. Annex C, this is 2020 final surplus and deficits. CFO.
Yeah, we'll take any questions if there are, NT. There are a few recommendations there on some of the deficits that have been realized with some of the functions.
Yes.
And so, of course, there's a subsequent report after that regarding the COVID restart funds, and just want to highlight the comment in the report that correlates to the subsequent report, which is regarding the emergency services particular deficit. So based on some of the budget proposals that came forward from round one, there is very limited funds. And also the recommendation is that, you know, due to the limited reserves in some of these functions, that is some of the recommendations in how we're going to fund those particular deficits. So happy to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you. Director Ties.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that if we had more COVID restart funding, that we actually would be paying for some of this with the COVID restart funding, but because in a subsequent report, I believe we want to keep a $50,000 reserve in the COVID restart funding, that this has been proposed to be done with a combination of taxation and going to the reserves.
Tina, did you want to comment on that?
Well, I know the directors have been doing a lot of advocating regarding to the allocation of COVID restart funds for regional districts. So I'll keep that topic off to the side, but most certainly if we receive more funds, there would have been more options to allocate the funds to areas where we saw some operational revenue reductions and or having to respond to the pandemic. So most certainly, yeah, that would have given us some more options for how to fund these deficits.
Thank you. Director Lee and Director McMahon.
Just a clarification on the two projects at wastewater plants from operating reserves. I believe that's, I'd like to confirm that's because we didn't have enough in the capital reserve, so we're moving it from the operating reserve to pay for this. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And then there's another one, same vein, down there in that Saginaw Ridge. There's a additional surplus for functions where there is no reserve fund. Saginaw Ridge wastewater plant, 26,422. Is there a surplus somewhere of that that's going to be moved to a different bucket, or what the heck's that all about?
Second outreach last year, we indeed resulted in a significant surplus, and it's a combination of, compared to some of the other wastewater facilities, a lucky year in terms of no failures, everything went smoothly, and we didn't have to spend a lot of time on it, which was unusual, but so that's indeed a transfer to operating reserves.
Thank you.
Okay, Director McMahon.
Yeah, these recommendations make sense to me, especially not completely depleting our emergency planning reserves, because we seem to be amply supplied with emergencies. So yeah, I just to get it on the floor, I'd be happy to move the recommendations on page 28.
All right, is there a seconder to that recommendation? Seconded, thank you. Director Hiltz and then Director Beamish.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just wondering about that tying of these recommendations with the COVID report coming later. There is a link between them, perhaps, in terms of particularly the EOC deficit. So I'm just wondering, we say this now, later on in the meeting, we might be changing those recommendations on, perhaps, is that what we're considering? So just the timing of the reports, this recommendation, and then the COVID restart, which is like a couple items just down.
Yeah, Annex D, yes. CFO, did you want to address that?
Yeah, I think it was just based on the recommendations, and I know it was chicken and egg, so we wrestle with that, even putting the agenda together. But I think the recommendations, as we put them on item Annex D, was we're not recommending we use some of those COVID restart funds for the deficits, but of course that's the will of the board. So
thank you. Director Beamish.
Just a question on the regional solid waste. Now, and just look at this table. I mean, obviously, we did very well. We only have what six areas where we had last year, and the deficit value of those deficits is not huge overall. So that I think the emergency planning makes a lot of sense to be funded by the COVID restarts, because that's what it was attributed to. But looking at the regional solid waste, and it's referenced on page 30, it talks about it being green waste operations. Is that the drop off in Seashell or Gibson's, rather? Is that we're talking about green waste operations?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's primarily the drop off, the South Coast drop off location, and the hauling of those materials to Seashell, to the hauler, to the processor that has been causing the overrun.
And that's a project that wouldn't be funded necessarily. Well, it wouldn't be funded from the COVID restart funds anyway. That particular project type of thing. So in fact, the only one on this list that would be eligible for COVID restart would be the emergency planning. The other ones are all operating. So yeah, a significant surplus. We need to use it. Thank you.
Thank you. There is a recommendation on the floor. Recommendations as on page 28. Any further questions or comments? All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, we will move on to Annex. Sorry, make sure I've got all my 50 million different groups of We're moving on to Annex D. This is the COVID-19 Safe Restart Grants for local governments. And over to Tina.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So staff has put forward a report in response to some of the recommendations that came out of the round 2 budget. Included in the report is a table on page 34, just giving a summary of the particular projects that were brought forward and how much we have allocated and remaining. One of the suggestions that staff are making is that with the ongoing pandemic, and I know that Dr. Bonnie Henry just made some very positive announcements regarding, vaccines earlier this week. So of course that was new information prior to me writing this report. So, we just thought that in order to be prudent, because there is a 2-year window for us to fully allocate the funds. And so we thought it might just be prudent to reserve $50,000 for potentially unexpected things that may arise out of COVID-19. We're still very much in a provincial state of emergency. However, that is staff's recommendation, but of course, there are some proposals here and some of those are the options. So we just put some considerations forward for the board.
Thank you. Director Lee.
Thank you. We have reserves and pretty much, and this is a question, I should put it a different way. Would we have reserves in any of the functions that we might have to respond to that we could use for outside of the COVID recovery? In other words, is the COVID recovery amount just delaying the use of reserves? And so if we spend it all, we still got money in reserves to respond. Because why keep money in case we know we already got money in case?
Okay, Tina, did you follow that? I didn't quite totally follow that, but maybe you did.
Well, I think if I follow,
yes,
it would be that generally any response related to COVID-19 for a particular function would be operational in nature. So it would have to depend what service that the impact occurred and what type of operational reserves that we would have there. I'm just going to use community recreation as an example. And of course, we have very limited reserves there and a lot more needs than there are reserves. So if there was an impact to that particular facility or service over and above what we have available in reserves, which is next to nothing, we would not have sufficient reserves to mitigate those. And just understanding, and I know the board understands this, is we can't move silos. So the thing with the COVID restart funds is it's an unallocated. So we go and we can allocate those funds. They're not in one particular silo until the board allocates them.
Thank you. You understood my question perfectly.
Perfect. All right. So I want to point out a couple of things in this report to the directors. If we look at page 33, these are previous recommendations that we have made that have actually allocated some of these COVID-19 restart funds. So $100,000 for field road space planning, right? We're adding an additional $100,000 to that. Budget proposal 2, the bottom of the page, $15,000 for one-time staff overtime budget for IT. And then on the next page, we've got more IT, $105,000 for software, assets, hardware, etc., for our online presence, and $180,000 as well for 2022 for that. So that's additional resources to help our IT department. And then we come to the little table in the middle. This is what we, during round 1, indicated that we may want staff to consider funding from COVID-19. The recommendation on page 33, staff are requesting that we have unallocated $50,000. If we fund all of the projects that we've requested they look at, it only gives us $23,000 remaining. So as we go through these budget proposals, we're going to want to keep track of how much we're allocating if we say we want to keep at least $50,000 back, to ensure we don't spend all of it and not have any remaining. All right, I've got Director Toth, Director Ties, and then Director Lee.
Thank you, Chair. Just scrolling back and forth between this report and the previous one, you know, I look at the looking at that table on page 34, the function 625 costs 37,940 and 4,000, and I'm wondering, given that there was over $100,000 in surplus from 625 in that previous report, I'm wondering if that's one that would be appropriate to fund from reserves rather than from the COVID restart funding.
CFO?
That most certainly is an option. I'm just trying to log on to see how many reserves that particular function. I don't know if the GM of Planning Community Development, Mr. Hall, has any comments on that.
Thanks for the lateral, CFO Pro. I am also looking up the reserve balance. I'm sorry, I don't have it handy.
Okay, so we'll come back for that answer. Director Ties and then Director Lee.
I think out of fairness, we should probably then also look at funding 615 from taxation, so that it's not just Pender Harbor that takes the hit, but those are some thoughts there. But my big question is that I know there's a lot of advocacy going on at UBCM saying, hey, look, the rural areas in all over BC got disproportionate amount of funding compared to what municipalities got in the COVID restart funding. And I haven't been keeping track of the situation, but I am hoping that maybe we can get a little bit more COVID restart funding. And I don't know what the chances are of that, but that would certainly change our perspective if we knew more was coming. But of course we don't have that crystal ball, but it certainly would be nice to get a bit more, especially going to the rural areas.
All right, Director Lee, and then we'll go to Director Lee, and then we'll come back to, it looks like Tina might have an answer for the previous question.
I hope she does, because looking at this, I would say it's not appropriate to fund Area A only projects from this. We need to find projects that affect all areas, and those two listed don't meet that criteria in my mind. So it's a reserves or a gas tax and a final tax for a solution to those two in my mind.
Thank you. Tina?
So just to give an update on the reserves, the operating reserves for the Pender Harbor Pool, they, according to the information I have, they, at the end of 2020, had approximately 194,000 unallocated operating reserves. So in addition to their 2020 surplus, that would make quite a significant balance for that particular function. So that would be would be well over 300,000 that they would have in unallocated operating reserves.
Thank you. Director Toth, did that answer your question?
Yes, and I have follow-up, but I'll let Director Hiltz go first.
Thank you. Director Hiltz.
Thanks, Chair. So yeah, I'm focusing on that chart on 34 is the places that I do support the COVID funds on that the programming review, which staff noted is directly related to COVID. So 16,000 plus 4,000 makes it a regional. Everyone's in on the regional. So I go, that makes sense to me. And as previous people have said, the COVID restart is trying to be as broad of a benefit as we can. And then there is the other piece, which I'm not sure what to think of, is the reporting of the COVID restart funds. Reading about the reporting is it's going to be pretty minimal. It's going to say like recreation, $100,000, technical, $200,000. So do we want to have EOC a certain amount? So in some ways, part of our decisions becomes a political decision about reporting back to what the province is going to see. So I guess I'm thinking strategy in terms of what do we want to show the province that we spent this money on. So that's kind of I'm thinking about that a little bit in terms of can we get more funding if we allocate our EOC, or I'm not sure. It's about the advocacy of what we want that report to look like when it goes to the province, and is that significant? So those are the ones. So yeah, I'm kind of out with the pump track and the one-time offset for Area A, the 40,000 and the 30 and the 38. I'm not really supportive of those at the COVID. So you go 50 grand to the reserve, which I guess is a rule of thumb, 10% of the revenue. Rule of thumb, 10%, which would leave another 50,000 to be reallocated if those other two projects were not qualified for COVID. So that's where I'm thinking right now.
All right, we'll go to Director Toth, Beamish, McMahon, and then I'm going to put myself in there. Director Toth.
Director Hiltz basically introduced my follow-up for me. Looking at the operating reserve contributions for all 4 of the services that are on this table on page 34, I'd actually be more interested in funding all 4 of these items from the reserve contributions for 2020 instead. If we did that, we could revisit the previous report's motion and actually allocate COVID restart money towards the emergency planning function, which would allow us to offset some taxation for 2021. So be interested in hearing some other thoughts on that.
Thank you. Director Beamish and then Director McMahon. Okay, unmute.
I just want to caution about strategizing our provincial reporting in public. they might listen or watch the YouTube. Looking again, the recommendations we made that are referenced on page 33 of 27 and 30 were before we knew what the surpluses were. And now I look at the surplus and I see the addition to Field Road Space Planning carry forward project number 114. We carry forward a $83,000 under 114. Was that originally for Field Road Space Planning, or was that for another purpose? And in which case, did we just underestimate that cost at the time? And now we're adding $100,000 to it, or and similarly for the information technology, I see information services, we carry forward 88,000, and we're asking now for an additional 115. Is there any that carry forward that we should be putting forward? In other words, tax money or grant money or money previously allocated that we should be revisiting so that it doesn't become part of a COVID cost. Basically, here's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. CFO?
So if I could answer part of the question there, which was in regards to the reason why there was an additional budget proposal put forward for space planning for additional funds in addition to the carry forward. So last year's budget proposal was in response to the approval of the additional staffing. Those particular staffing were deferred into 2021. There are some additional staffing requests, and we also have a really a change to everyone's how they work in an office setting now as a result of COVID. So a couple of years ago, the regional district may be aware, it did a significant review of its space planning needs, or corporate space planning needs, which included the administration building as well as the Mason Road Works Yard. In there, it really said that in the near term, it projected that we would add maybe 5 or 10 staff in the next 5 or 10 years. So we're already have moved the trajectory as far as our space planning requirements. So the proposal at round 1 was to re-envision the way that we use our space. And we've already, with the carry forward funds, undergone sort of an alternate work strategy analysis within the regional district. And so it's to essentially use some new improved ways, the way we use our space, how we have, where we have staff working, which will significantly save the regional district money over time, because we will not have to put ourselves in a position to build more infrastructure. So again, there's so many, not just financial, but also GHG and environmental savings in relation to that. So I don't know if my colleagues have any comments associated with that, but most certainly can share those various reports that have led to that budget proposal and recommendation for round one.
Thank you. Did any of the other senior staff have any other comments? Or did CFO cover it off? Go ahead, Mr. Parker.
I'll just echo what the CFO said. We've gone through quite a change, and we've reimagined how we're moving forward with our human resources setup, if you will. Shared office spaces, technology needs, all the rest of it. Working from home arrangements and drop-in workstations. These are all things, and hearing the comments from the directors earlier about the use of Zoom and how things are shifting and changing for the future. These are the things we have to keep in mind as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Director McMahon.
Yeah, I'd just like to support Director Toft's comments. If we have adequate reserves, I would rather use the reserves, because the restart funding is more flexible. We can use it in a number of different budget silos, whereas we don't have that choice with reserves.
Thank you. All right, my comment was around the 650, the Sprott Kids Park. In the report, I recall reading that there potentially are other funding sources for that work. So, you know, we won't be making decisions on these budget proposals here. They will be coming up as we go forward, but this is important information to keep at the back of your mind when we look at those funding sources. So there's a recommendation on page 33. Director Lee, first go to you.
Thank you, Chair. I think I've got this straight in my mind now. What we're being asked to do at this point is to say, yes, we agree that we should reserve the 50,000.
Yes.
From that, we'll figure out how to fund these projects later.
Yes. Yes.
Happening.
Yes.
And these all could be included in that decision that we're going to be seeing shortly.
Yes.
So I will make a motion to accept the recommendations as presented on page 33.
Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. All right, before we move that forward, I wanted to ask CFO a question about that. If it says 50,000, does that mean we have to allocate the rest of it? Or could the recommendation say a minimum of 50,000 to give us some flexibility around that?
I think that's a wonderful suggestion.
Okay. Because, I mean, otherwise it's like, okay, we got $2,542 left. We have to get it down to 50,000. All right, so I would request we to make an amendment to this to put in a minimum of 50,000. There's a seconder for the recommendation. All right, let's vote on the amendment first, and then we'll come back to a question from Director McMahon. All those in favor of the amendment? Thank you. All right, Director McMahon.
Actually, you got to it first. That's exactly what I was thinking.
All right, so we have a recommendation on the floor that a minimum of 50,000 of COVID-19 restart funding remain unallocated for 2021 to allow the SCRD to address any emerging items resulting from the ongoing effects of COVID-19. All those in favor of the recommendation? Thank you. All right, we are at 12:08. Let's move forward to one more item, and then we will take a break for lunch. So before we get to that, Annex E in our agenda package is actually this huge budget. sheet here, and I just wanted to point out a couple of things. You've probably picked up on these already, but the pink items are the carry forwards. The green ones, the ones that have in the second box, a green box, like Tara's been very kindly gone through and marked all of those. Those are budget proposals that were approved and incorporated in round 1. So if you look at this big package, which I think you all have in paper, if you move to page, I can't get these pages apart, page 3, if we go to page 4, okay, we've already dealt with all of those. The only thing we would want to deal with as we go through this is, according to Director Lee's comment, if there are items that in the carry forwards they have questions about as we're going through this, we'll deal with those. But we're basically going to be starting with the first proposal on page 6. That'll be the first proposal that will be included in these round 2 deliberations. Any questions about this package? Director Toth.
Sorry, Chair, you said page 6. I'm looking at on page 5, at least one item that says referred to round 2.
Yeah, maybe I missed it. Yes, you're right. There's a couple of them. Page 5. Thank you. Director Hiltz.
Yeah, just more on the housekeeping, the printed ones.
Yes.
26 pages. The one in the package is 20 pages. So will we be referring, this is the official one? Then as we go through, this is the housekeeping, we'll refer to the page numbers on paper.
I think what's happened is, since this was actually put out in the agenda, there have been some changes, some additions. So we'll use the printed one. Is that correct, Tara?
Thank you, Chair. When it was minimized to 8.5 by 11, it actually changed the page numbers. So if you're going to follow one, just choose whichever one you're going to use.
Okay. Probably the hard copy, because that's separate from our agenda. All right. Any other questions about this document? All right, let's move on. Next agenda item. And we are, so I'm just gonna come to the board. We're at 12:11. Do you want to go into other budget items now, or are you ready for lunch break? And come back and hit these hard moving forward? Director McMahon.
Lunch break and come back at 1 o'clock.
Okay, does that sound work? Okay, awesome. So we are going to break for lunch and we'll be back at 1 o'clock, and we will be starting on item number 11, I believe. I'll make sure. Welcome back to the round 2 budget proposal or budget meeting for SCRD. This is Thursday, March 4th, and we are starting on Annex F, number 11, pages 60 to 62. And this in your big sheets, this is on page 5, I believe. So this is with regards to the Roberts Creek fire protection. And in this case, this was referred back to round 2 to look at a change in funding source. It's moved from capital reserves to short-term debt financing. Directors, any questions? We do have Mr. Trite and Jerry Parker here with us, if we have any questions. Tara?
I think you skipped Roberts Creek.
Did I? Roberts Creek in my thing is Annex F. Am I on the wrong page in the big thing here though?
I think Egmont was Annex G.
Right, so I'm on Annex F.
I think we're on the right one.
Okay.
This is Roberts Creek Fire Protection.
And I don't see Matt in the gallery. I don't know if he's waiting in the gallery to be promoted to the panel, but I see Chief Higgins is there and GM Parker's there.
Thank you. Director Ties.
Yeah, I just wanted to come back on that discussion we had at the budget at the review, in the agenda review, around short-term debts and at what point we need to go to AAP and at what point we don't. And CFO Perot gave a pretty good explanation, but also a bit of a word of caution as to what we need to be looking out for in the future. So I wouldn't mind if she could repeat that to us.
Thank you. CFO.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So as part of the discussion at agenda review, there were some comments just about the capital plans for the fire departments. And I know they're all working with our asset management team right now to review those. So the last time they were done was in 2016. And some of the discussions are, here are our capital requirements. And so how we fund them is the second part of the discussion. So as it relates to the Roberts Creek Fire Department, they've had some pretty significant capital purchases over the years, one last year being one of their new fire trucks. And so we have depleted the reserves in that particular function. And so now we're having to move to short-term debt financing to do that. But as you do that, you start to accumulate more debt overhead. And so you have to continue to increase your costs. So it's just being mindful of how we fund our particular capital needs in our fire departments, because, you know, they are very typically very expensive capital equipment, and also just matching the life cycle of the particular asset that you're debt funding, that it matches your debt financing. So in the case of short-term debt financing per the Local Government Act, it's supposed to be for minor equipment that matches the life cycle or lifespan of the equipment. So short-term needs such as vehicles or minor equipment. As it is for the SCBA equipment, their lifespan is spreading into the 15 and 20 year range. So with that type of life cycle, you sometimes would most likely go to a longer term debt that matches the lifespan. So we just want to make sure we're being mindful and not using instruments that would avoid any public procurement or public approval process. So it's just making sure that those debt funding strategies match the asset life cycles. And we'll talk a little bit more of that, especially as we review the asset management plans for the fire departments.
Okay, I think the other part of the question was, at what point do we need to go out to AAP?
Specifically in the Local Government Act is anything over 5 years. But I think for us, we have used the loan under agreement section of the Community Charter and Local Government Act to fund more capital, larger capital infrastructure. And so we just want to be mindful, and I think that the corporate officer and I are talking about that, to make sure that if we are recommending using short-term borrowing for infrastructure that has a lifespan of like 15 or 20 years, we probably should consider going to an AAP approval. So that's the types of things that I think we just have to explore some more, both from the ministry and internally from our policy side of things.
All right. Any other questions or comments? So we have a budget proposal in front of us. This is for self-contained breathing apparatus and fill station. And the funding source would be short-term debt financing, $220,000. Would someone like to make a recommendation? Director Ties.
Yeah, I'd like to incorporate this into the round 2 budget. And sorry, I don't have the recommendation, the exact wording in front of me, but option 1 it used to be.
Yes, so this will be approved and incorporated into round 2 budget. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. And this is voting all directors, all those in favor? Thank you. Moving on. Number 12, Annex G. This is Egmont and District Fire Protection. Starts on page 65. So this first one is a new base budget funding. And would someone like to speak to this one? Director Lee, your hand is up.
I think that we could just do whatever that last statement was, incorporate it into the budget and get on with it.
Approve and incorporate it into round 2 budget?
Yes.
Yes, seconded. Any further questions or comments? All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on, Egmont and District Fire Department, Annex I. Sorry. We just did that one. That was, no, we haven't, sorry. Yeah, we did G and we did H. And then we're moving on to I.
We haven't done H, so we need to go to H.
H is the extra one. That's the addition. Sorry, that's the Gibsons and District Fire Protection 2021 budget facility sanitization project, Town of Gibson's contribution. So, Director Beamish, did you want to speak to this? And you're muted. You need your sign, Director McMahon.
Council, yeah, thank you. Thank you, Director McMahon. Council did approve the allocation of 49% of that $12,000, was just $5,800 amount to come out of the town's COVID restart funds. I actually believe the full 12,000 should come from COVID restart funds because it is a sanitation issue associated with COVID, but I'll leave the regional district to decide how they fund the balance of that. But I believe it's actually a COVID cost. And that's why we recognize it as a district of Town of Gibson, rather.
Thank you. So there are some recommendations on page 64A as part of our budget package. This is the new package. I think this came from staff reflecting the decision made at the Town of Gibson's at your meeting the other night.
Yeah, I didn't read the new pages. Sorry.
Okay, so it's that the report be received, that budget proposal 1, fire department facility sanitization, $12,000 be funded, $6,120 from taxation and $5,880 Town of Gibson's COVID-19 restart, that it be approved and incorporated into 2021 budget only, and that the $12,000 for sanitization be funded 100% through taxation for future years, base budget, and further that staff contact the Town of Gibson's prior to Q3 2021 to acquire COVID-19 reserve funds in the amount of $58.80 as per Town of Gibson's resolution R2021-087. Would you like to make that recommendation?
I'll make the recommendation. I'm not sure about the future. I do recall the chief's presentation as it being increased cost during COVID. You know, suggestion that it may not be that, but I do recall when he made that presentation, that's what his comment was, an increased sanitation due to COVID.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. Any other comments or questions? All those in favor? Thank you. So we're moving on to item 14, which is Annex H. This is with regards to base budget funding, status quo service for building inspection. Any questions or comments on this one? Tina, did you want to make a comment?
Yeah, and I see GM Hall here as well. And I think once we completed our 2020 year end and looking at opportunities for realignment of budgets, it was identified that the building inspection had a very positive year for 2020 and as outlined in the report, had a surplus. They also have a very healthy operating reserve. But if there were any downturns in the economy, they most certainly could sustain themselves for several years. So staff are then bringing forward a recommendation to reduce the tax subsidy by this particular amount for 2021 and have that permanently reduced in the base budget.
Thank you. Director Ties.
I'm happy to move and incorporate that into round 2 budget.
Seconded. Any further comments or questions? Director Hiltz.
Thanks. The comment is this seems to be one of those revenue streams that the public doesn't necessarily know that offsets taxation. It was just, you know, these are the nice surprises, and I think it's common throughout the province that building permit revenues are up, and this is, I think, the provincial government used this as part of the COVID restart formulation. So I don't know how we tell the public about that. Growth did lead to this result, which lowered taxation. So I don't know how that's communicated out.
I think that's our job. All right, voting on this is areas A, B, D, E, F, and SIGD. Director Pratt.
Oh, sorry, just to tag on to what Director Hilt said, it is one of the questions that did actually come up during my the Area B budget presentation is how does the SCRD receive its revenues beyond taxation? So as Chair Seeger said, I mean, this is one of the ways that we can bump our communication as directors to our citizenry. So it's good news to know that we have some additional money coming in.
Thank you. All right, seeing no further questions, we have a recommendation on the floor. All those in favor? Oh, and I don't vote on this. A, B, D, E, F, SIGD. All right, thank you very much. Moving on, Annex I. This is Port Service, Planning and Community Development. This will be voting B, D, E, and F. We have a number of recommendations that have been approved. We have one in front of us with regards to the New Brighton Dock study. Directors, questions? Director Hiltz. Director McMahon, we need your sign.
Yes, ma'am. I am now unmuted. Thank you. It needs to be in the middle of the screen somehow. Yeah, pop up like in air brakes, we used to call them wigwags. Something would pop up to tell you that you're running out of air right there. So anyway, sorry about that. I think this is moving the ball along. And I appreciate staff's recommendations. It allows for some cash, some resources to be there for the future. There's some funding options. So yeah, I think it's a good starting point. So that's my perspective. I'm happy to move it at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Any other questions from directors? All right, we'll come back to you, Director Hiltz.
Okay, so we're doing an approve and incorporate then, I believe.
Yes.
Approve and incorporate the New Brighton dock study as per page 69.
Into the round 2 budget.
Yes.
And is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. This is voting B, D, E, and F. All those in favor? Thank you very much. Moving on, Annex J.
Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
There was a note in the budget proposal about a letter in terms of completing the loop that all the parties involved in this facility know that this is where it's going. And I'm just, is staff looking for a recommendation to come out of this process, or is the timing a little bit later once the budget is fully approved? Just looking for some ideas on the timing of this letter and where the board would be discussing it.
Staff?
Thank you, Chair. Staff would appreciate a motion as worded on page 70 that could be framed as on budget adoption, that a letter be sent to. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Director Hiltz?
Sure, that would be a motion as per the recommendation on page 70 that upon budget adoption, a letter be written.
Sent to the various people. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. Any further comments or questions? All those in favor? I think this is a board. Is this board? Let's do A, B, D, and F, or what? A, B, D, B, D, E, and F. Sorry, let's do B, D, E, and F on this one. All those in favor? Thank you. Thank you, Director Hiltz. I like it when you call me on making sure I'm doing everything I need to do. Annex J. This is community recreation facilities. And I think, are we looking for information on this one? I think this was presented to us at committee. Are the directors looking for any additional information on this? This is with regards to the Seashell Aquatic Center fire sprinkler system repair or replacement. I don't see any hands up. Director McMahon, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm lost. I thought we were on the aquatic center starting platforms. Did I?
I think there's one before that. On page 73.
Okay, sorry, it's the spreadsheet didn't have that one.
Okay. Any questions on this one? This is looking for a total project cost of $180,700, $175,000 short-term MFA debt financing, total tax requisition $23,200. Director Toth.
I think the funding options as presented make a lot of sense here. Happy to move to incorporate.
Okay, this is unseconded. This is voting BDEF, District of Seashell, Town of Gibson's SIGD. Director Hiltz.
Yeah, just following up on that short-term debt is as CFO mentioned. So looking forward, this would be the asset is lasting longer than 5 years. So it doesn't nicely tuck into the short term. So this is again one of those similar to the breathing apparatus perspectives.
Potentially.
Okay, Director McMahon.
Notwithstanding that, for a relatively small amount of money, it doesn't make sense to stretch it over more than 5 years, would be my guess. So,
So we have a recommendation on the floor that we adopt and incorporate the recommendation as presented with regards to the Seashell Aquatic Center fire sprinkler system repair or replacement. All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to Annex K, Pender Harbor, no, sorry, one more item in here. This is with regards, this is on page 75, this is with regards to the starting diving block platform replacements at Seashell Aquatic Center. And there's been a change to this. Our portion has actually been reduced. Thank you, staff. Thank you for the work you've done on this. And that we would cover one dive block and the others are proposed to be purchased by the Chinook Swim Club. Director McMahon.
And also a thank you to the Chinook Swim Club for stepping up.
Director Hiltz.
Yeah, just a question about so how the SCRD would receive this. Is this like a donation then, and would we be issuing a tax receipt to? I'm not sure if they have a charitable status. The swimmers, I don't. But is this what is the mechanism that the money comes from the swim club to the SCRD? How does what is it called?
Stop.
Thank you for the question. The nature of the agreement with the swim club is just being worked on right now. And as it's structured right now, it's I think our manager of recreation can speak to what is proposed, but staff would caution that while we have high confidence in recommending this approach, the details are yet to be finalized with the swim club. But we have Manager Dawn in the meeting with us.
Thank you, Jim Hall. So essentially, we are creating an agreement that goes through the different departments of each party. Essentially, it would look like the SCRD would store the equipment on site, and we'd be responsible for the installation and taking it out every year, and then we're also looking at exploring options for who's responsible for looking after the equipment, making sure the public and programming use it, so on and so forth. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, would someone like to make a recommendation? Director Hiltz.
Sure, I'll move to approve and incorporate the diving block platform replacement.
Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. Thank you. This is voting BDEF, Town of Gibsons, District of Seashell, SIGD. All those in favor? Thank you. I believe we're finished with recreation there. We're
We got one more item at the bottom
so
of page 76.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I went right by that. Thank you. This is programming review. And this is one of the ones that we talked about earlier under COVID funding. So Director Toth and then Director McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to propose that we incorporate this into the round 2 budget to be funded from operating reserves.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that recommendation? Seconded. Thank you. Director McMahon.
I'm happy about the review. I'm wondering if there is any possibility of public participation here, because there's a lot, certainly around the Gibsons pool, there's ongoing angst, and I think pool users have felt that they are not part of the conversation.
Thank you. That would be a question to staff.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we have a recommendation on the floor that the $16,000 for the programming review for function 615 be approved and incorporated and funded from operating reserves. That's been moved and seconded. Are there any other questions? All those in favor? Thank you. Now moving on to Annex K, Pender Harbor Aquatic and Fitness Center. First recommendation is on page 80. And this is a one-time base budget adjustment to address impacts of COVID-19. Director Lee.
think we discussed this earlier, and we were suggesting that it come from reserves, operating reserves.
Okay, would you like to make a recommendation?
Yes, I'd like to make a recommendation that it come from operating reserves and we incorporate it into the budget.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. This is voting all directors. Any further questions or comments? All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to the next recommendation. This is a programming review. And funding options are reserves or COVID-19 restart grant. Director Lee.
Again, same recommendation as previously made, that we fund it from operating reserves and incorporate it into the budget.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. Seeing no further questions or comments, all those in favor? Thank you. That finishes Annex K. Moving on to Annex L. This is Community Parks General Manager, talking about planning and community development. And we have Sprott Kids Bike Park Pump Track Community Initiative Design and Management Plan. So, would anybody like to speak to this, or directors, do you have any questions? Director Ties.
My only question is that since this seems to be a preliminary planning stage, I guess we can't use gas tax for that. Otherwise, I would be tempted to do that.
CFO?
Yes, I can confirm that we also spoke with UBCM, and that would be the case.
So currently, you're looking for us to indicate where the funding is coming from in this one? Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. I know I don't get to vote on this. I just had sort of a follow-up question to the gas tax one. It mentions that 40,000 is for the 2021 stage 1 work, but the total project cost-ish is around 270,000. I'm wondering if those future stage parts of the project are able to be funded from gas tax.
I think once we know the scope and we can outline that and provide it to UBCM, then they would advise us accordingly.
So at that point, if the project moves forward, can the feasibility funds, like for the initial work, can that also then be attributed to gas tax funds? If the project moves ahead?
Potentially. It really depends on what the expenditures were put towards, whether they're eligible cost or ineligible, but we can most certainly review that once this project is fully scoped.
Thank you. Director Ties.
I think this is sort of a low cost, high value, because we spend 40 grand now, and then between the community contributions, possible grants, as well as, possible retroactive gas tax funding, I think this could be a great addition to, and it's also a COVID-friendly addition to our recreation, which won't take a ton of money to upkeep. So I think I'd be happy to move and incorporate that into round 2 budget.
And funding source. This was one of the projects that was listed on the COVID-19, or are we looking at taxation? Or do we have reserves?
It looks like Community Parks Operating Reserve with a potential grant offset is what I think was.
That's what you'd like to go with?
In the recommendations there.
Thank you. Seconded for that. This is voting, A, B, D, E, and F. Seeing no further comments or questions, all those in favor? Thank you. Next item is Cooper's Green Hall replacement. Again, voting A, B, D, E, and F. And directors. What would you like to do? Funding source says ICIP grant funding, IPP amended contributions, Half Moon Bay Community Association, and then the remaining would be SCRD contribution. Director McMahon and then Director Ties.
I've done a blog post about this, which I won't entirely repeat, but I do have a question for staff is how do we think we're going to manage this? Is the intention to hire a project manager, on a consulting basis, or was it intended that staff were going to try and project manage this?
Go ahead.
The project budget as drafted includes resources for a contracted project manager, Chair.
Thank you. Director Ties?
So yes, this is one item where I really don't know how we are going to handle it, because to me a 50-year lifespan is unrealistic. Any community hall other than the new one built is older than 50 years that we have here on the coast, be it Sarah Ray, be it Grantham's, be it Roberts Creek Hall. These are all legacy buildings. Some of them have heritage status. I don't see why Cooper's Green Hall that we're building now shouldn't be that way in 100 years, but it is in an area that's probably going to get flooded. And 50 years, it's not acceptable to me. So either we build a huge hill that and put the hall on top of it in the current location, or we find a new location. And that's as simple as that for me. But I know there's some more studies into sea level rise and such things need to be done, and the things need to be updated according to the report. But I'm not willing to move this forward with this budget at this point in time in this location. So I'm not sure how we're going to do this now.
Director Lee and then Director McMahon.
I had a question about the 50-year life expectancy, and my concern is about the flood level, but I don't really see an answer to the question. I understand that this is probably over 100-year life expectancy based on my knowledge of the sea level rise. And I also understand that the current hall or the proposed hall is constructed so that it can be lifted if necessary. And so to me, I think it's, well, I'd be interested in what staff has to say about that. Do we need to wait for a professional study to confirm what I suspect? Is that what this is saying? Or anyways, can staff answer that for me?
Staff, do you have an answer to that question?
Thank you for the question, Chair. I'll restate what I believe was reported by staff previously, which was that the stated flood construction level is 3.6 meters. That's, that results in a floor elevation that's about 2 feet higher than existing, and it's 1.9 meters above high water, large tide. And the calculations that are used for that take into account sea level rise, storm surge, wave effect, and then add freeboard. And they're prepared by qualified professionals. As noted in the report, the geotechnical report that was done early in this project is now old enough that a new report is anticipated to be required to make application for the required development permit for the site. And that would be the same for any property along that's located in the development permit area. And so yes, there is further study or a repetition of the work required. But the work that was done before provided those numbers which have gone into the planning that's underpinning the proposal that's in front of the committee today. Thanks.
Director Lee, did that answer your question?
I have a follow-up question then.
Thank you.
I believe that this is the same requirements for any building that's in this kind of an area, which we have several of up here in Area A. Is there any expected lifespan that's coupled with that one? And I'm talking in generalities. Say I was building a house and I needed to get this study done. Would I expect that in 50 years I'd be flooded, or I'm good for 100 years?
So development permit 1A, which is the development permit in the official community plan, uses the same calculation that's in the other development permit areas for coastal flooding in other rural areas. It uses I'm just bringing up the number. It uses a factor of 1 meter sea level rise for the year 2100 and 2 meters for the year 2200. So that's the factor that professionals are using when they consider flood construction level.
Did that answer your question, Director Lee?
Could you repeat those 2 years again, Director GM Hall? Sorry.
Absolutely, Director. So I'm reading in the OCP is why I'm looking to my left here. Sea level rise, recommended allowance for global sea level rise, 1 meter for the year 2100 and 2 meters for the year 2200. And to restate what I said a moment ago, the construction level for this building is 1.9 meters above high water, large tide level. Thank you.
So 100 years. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Director McMahon, then Director Pratt.
Yeah. In retrospect, I think that the rural directors should have encouraged our communities to participate in the public information meeting that was held, the public consultation, because my people in my area are not really aware of this project. And I haven't followed it closely until recently either. But I am concerned with both the scale and the scope of the project. The proposed new hall is almost 3 times the size of the largest community hall in our system right now. And it's 5 times the size of our smallest hall. And it is not being intended, as in our recreation master plan, for primarily neighborhood use. It is being intended as more of a regional facility for large functions. And we don't have a policy on this. Are we setting a new direction? Is this what we want to be doing for community halls? Is this the sort of thing we want to build? I don't think we've had that discussion. The hall will be funded by all the rural areas. And I think we need to be really clear about what it is that we're doing here. Are we building a banqueting facility? Is that what we want to do? And is that really a community hall, or is it a banqueting facility? So I have a lot of reservations about this project. The funding for it is good for several years. So we have time to stop and ask all these questions now. We don't have a capital asset plan for recreation at this time. We haven't looked at how we do capital projects. And the last large building projects the SCRD undertook were the Seashell Pool and the Gibson's Rec Center, and both projects were plagued with problems for a whole lot of reasons, among which was the fact that they were trying to build them in a hurry in the middle of a construction boom. And that's exactly where we are again, in a rush to build something in the middle of a construction boom. So I can't support it at this time. It doesn't mean that I can't be persuaded that this is the right project in the right place, so long as it is built to the highest available zero net emission standards. But right now, I'm going to say no.
Thank you. Director Pratt.
Thank you, Chair Seegers. So I'm going to preface my words here by saying that I will be asking to move this forward and be incorporated. With having said that, I do have concerns about potential cost overruns, because we're already at a very high price tag from the original first estimate that happened, I think, in 2017, 2018. It's just as time moves on, costs do continue to go up. I think we still have, there are still a number of things that need to be worked out again. As GM Hall said, we need a new geotech report. There's also been the building code updates. So there are going to be some changes made to the project, just because the proposal that was there, changes have happened in legislation that necessitate a change in some of the project scoping. So as I said, I have a concern over cost overruns. I don't want to see this. I don't want to see us do a budget amount and then have to do a financial plan update later because it's gone to a cost overrun. It is large. It is significantly larger than other community halls that we do have on the Sunshine Coast. But I'm hearing very loudly from my community that this is the right project in the right place. I am also hearing about the concerns on the costs, especially cost overruns. And the other big one, of course, is parking, which the next report, based on how we go from here, will need to be looked at as well. As I said, I've heard loud and clear from Area B, and they want to see a new hall here in this place and take advantage of the money that's happening. And with the partnership with the Half Moon Bay Community Association, continue to fundraise through private donations, as well as through that operational agreement that they've put forward in principle. So thank you.
Thank you. Director Ties and then Director Hiltz.
Yeah, so I mean, longevity and flood construction level is one issue, and then the other one is the sorry, Director Toth, I was clicking my pen again. I dropped it now. The cost is the other big sticking issue. I did ask my community to actually pay attention to this, and there's a few Area D folks that did give me feedback. I got about 8 replies, so that's not a huge sample size, but about 6 of them said that the cost, that they support the project, but the cost is too high, and 2 of them said 2 of them supported it. That sort of is along my thinking. I feel that whatever we can create without having to go to having the parks function supported, so through fundraising and then the grant on top of it, I think that's the size of hall that we should build. I don't know how this, for all intents and purposes, this building is somewhat isn't that huge, and it's somewhat modest. And I'm blown away that it costs $3 million to build it. It's a fairly simple building. I don't know where all that money is going. You know, it's in some ways simpler than a large house, and yet it still costs a lot of money to build. So there's a lot of questions around the numbers that I have, and I think my community would like to see a more modest building that fits the fundraising and the grant that has been allotted to it, rather than having to go to the parks function for more funding in order to make this happen.
Okay, before I go back to the speakers list, I'm going to follow up on 2 comments that are made by directors and direct these to staff. With regards to the grant, what kind of time frame do we have to spend it? This is to Director McMahon's comment that we have lots of time inside of this grant. What is our time frame?
I believe it's 2027 that has to be completed by, but of course that would be your final claim date. So most certainly wouldn't be advisable to be postponing this into 2025 just because you want to make sure you've completed and all your deficiencies are claimed in. So, you know, well in advance. And also the comment is, you know, even in the couple of years that we have sat on the project, there has been quite significant cost escalation. So those are other considerations.
Okay, and the other question that came up is with regards to the contribution from the SCRD, what's the funding percentage that we get as per the grant? Is it 100%? Is it 70%? Is there a required contribution matching to that grant?
I believe it was 73. I don't have it in front of me, but 70 something, and the rest would be the SCRD. So that was also based on some, I think 2.8 and some change was the original, or maybe it was, I'd have to review the actual application that we did, but this value was not what was proposed in the grant. These are based on a review, I think, that was just conducted with the consultant. So,
okay, so in other words, there will be required some kind of matching contribution to access those grant funds. Some portion has to become. It could be donations, it could be SCRD, whatever, but there will be a portion. It's not 100% financing or 100% grant. Sorry.
that is correct, but from the cash payment, they will pay us first. So the regional district's portion can be at the end.
Okay.
Of the project.
Thank you. Director Hiltz, Director Lee.
Thanks, Chair. For me, there is a lot of unknowns about the project. Participating in the public participation, and I agree that the location, I think the community agrees, and you know, it's a spectacular location. I'm in this the scope and scale camp. You know, looking at the report, SCRD doesn't have a policy on future expansion. What it does have is the financial sustainability policy, which is about a major enhancements to the service, and I would put this as a major enhancement to the service. And I would even go so far as this is looking like a public-private partnership. SCRD assists in building it. And if I frame it as a public-private partnership, I think of what are the future risks? What don't I know about? And a lot of capital replacement, who's going to use it? How much is it going to cost? So that's my greatest concern, is the future cost of this as we go forward, and who's going to operate it. Just all kinds of pieces about that. The operating plan. Do we want to be involved in wedding? But if it's a public-private partnership, is it the SCRD involved in weddings, or is this a competition to the private sector, or is this where the private sector should be providing these venues? And I don't have any answers to that. You know, I was looking at the Philberg Center in Courtenay. Lots of places have facilities for weddings, but they don't seem to have been built for that purpose. They came through some other mechanism. So, that is my scale and scope of the project. As directors have mentioned, the cost increase, what this agreement looks like, what is the future cost going to be, and is this going to be an SCRD facility in 25 or 50 years, or is, what's going to happen? And I just and I don't even have the information to go to the constituents to say this is how much it's going to cost. This was why we're doing it. I don't have that information, and so this is where I'm kind of. Is there a way to keep this moving, or do we have to lock into this? That's kind of where I am, and as it's framed, I would say I would probably not be supporting it based on the way it's framed right now.
Okay, just to your point, if you look on page 87, sorry, in the first box, so debt service will not begin until the project is complete. So there'll be no tax impact in 2021. Okay.
Yeah, so that's the future cost.
Yes.
And that's unknown what that actual debt is going to be. So yeah,
yes.
This is what can we do within the budget and the current framing without getting to that next step. Yes, that's what I'm wondering. How can you keep moving the project forward when you don't know what all these unknowns are?
So you're almost asking, can we move this forward and still at some point in the future pull the plug on it and say the answers that we've gotten, we cannot support moving this project beyond this?
Or the changing of the scope as you move forward, right? This has been talked about, the changing of the scope to live within our means. As I hate to say that this is the public is saying, live within your means. So this is the pot of money that we have, and are we going to have to come and ask for more? So yeah, that is the question. What can we move forward with the project and the funding availability, and get it to a project that the broader rural areas can support.
Okay. We've got Director Lee, Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I should make it clear that I'm in favor. And I have several comments. Big events are quite often held in community halls. I myself was married in a hall about the same size as this in the Pender Harbor Community Hall. And what it is it's an event that's held by a private sector versus one that's held in a public, and you end up doing it yourself. You make your own arrangements and away you go. I really like that. And I can see where this one, because of its unique location for a public building here on the coast, most of those locations have been taken up, is very attractive. I have faith in the volunteers to help and limit our dependence on taxpayers' contributions. The volunteers have demonstrated quite a capability of raising money. Even in this uncertain times, they're still raising money because we haven't made a decision. And to that, if I could throw my $100 in as a taxpayer up front, I would do it. And I'd be happy to put it over the 5 years as well. And I've taken it to my people here in Pender, and I haven't got any, they understood, they understand the financial commitment. And I've really got no hard objections. You got everybody that don't want a tax increase, but when it comes right down to it. And I believe we're going to have to do an AAP on this. We're going to hear our people's concerns loud and clear when we try that. You don't have to guess; it'll be there. So we're going to find out the taxpayers' opinions in hard numbers. There's lots of space for more parking if you need it. That's not a wilderness park by any means. It's all been trampled and built. And so if we needed parking, that's something we could do and we could get there. And as time moves on, costs go up. I've never seen costs go down. I have seen them plateau. But with the logging situation and in here, the costs are not going down, in my opinion. And I think the past directors have approved it. They considered all of these things and debated it, and they were wholeheartedly behind it. And the only thing that's changed is time, which has made it a little more expensive, and we know a little bit more. But we never have certainty on these kind of decisions. We could ask questions for the next 5 years and still not have all our questions answered. I think, in my opinion, we just have to take the risk. We have to go. This is one of those things that's hung around long enough, and we need to put it behind us. So that's why I'm in favor of going. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Director Toth, Director McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. Not so many questions as comments. You know, looking in the budget proposal here, 528,378 is what's identified as the SCRD portion. The Half Moon Bay Community Association may be able to close a large part of that funding gap once they know that the SCRD is actually interested in building this thing. Director Lee mentioned, you know, putting $100 in this year and each year for the next few years. Well, if you take his $500 and you get 1,000 people willing to do that, there's your shortfall covered without any borrowing. The SCRD funding amount is equal to about 17% of the cost of this project. You know, that's pretty good value for the tax dollar. You know, we are in a building boom. We're going to stay in a building boom probably for a long time. I can't see how that could possibly change. Higher construction standards are going to offset any COVID-related construction costs or penalties. You know, Seashelt discovered with its operations center that if you sit back and you take a second look or a third look or a fourth look at a project and you look at paring it back, you don't save much money on the project because cost escalations, building standards, all these things change so that by the time your shovels in the ground, you're back up to where you were when you first looked at the project. You know, looking back, this board approved the Church Road well field, knowing a lot less about it than we do about this hall project. We've had operating cost proposals coming forward after we approved it. We've had budget and scope changes that came forward after it was approved. So you're not going to know, you can't know everything until after it's done and after it's operating. And I think we need to acknowledge that.
Thank you. Director McMahon and then Director Pratt.
Okay. You know, I'm happy to stand up and take public criticism for budget increases for essential services like water, because we have to pay for the water, we have to pay for the garbage. Seashelt, in my opinion, needs your public works building, but to support tax increases for a banqueting hall is a harder thing for me to get behind. I did want to clarify several things about the decision we're making right now. First is, do we have to go to AAP, and if so, when?
CFO?
So we don't have to go to an alternative approval process for this because we actually don't know what the debt funding instrument is actually going to be at this point. The estimates that we provided are based on a short-term loan. Just understanding that the amount might be far less than this particular value, but again, we don't have that crystal ball in there yet.
Thank you, Director McMahon.
Yeah, I just wanted to understand the implications of what we're voting on right now. So if we say no, does this mean that the project is frozen and nothing else whatsoever can be done on it? If we vote yes, does that mean the whole project is going forward full steam and we have no opportunity to stop and look at it again? So what are the next steps here?
Thank you. Staff.
Thank you for the question, Chair. I'll speak about it from sort of an operational point of view, and then my SLT colleagues may have comments from a financial or a legislative point of view. But without the project being included in the financial plan, staff would take that as a signal that the project is not proceeding, and I think we'd have to come back with next steps to close the project out, and that would involve some consultation with partners. So I think there's a few steps to kind of wind it down if it's not included in the financial plan, but not doing so makes it difficult to continue with the project. And if it is approved, if it is included in the financial plan, some of the next check-ins would be potentially a pre-tender report to the board on the project status, and also based on the value of the award, there would be an award decision required by the board. So those are a couple of gates. As well, there would be regular reporting on project status as part of our budget project status report, quarterly departmental reports, etc. Thank you.
Director McMahon, follow up?
Sure. I find myself kind of conflicted here because I'm not ready to, drive a stake through its heart and kill the project altogether. But I'm not happy with a whole lot of things about the scope of the project and would like an opportunity to revisit that. And in terms of the conversation, I don't remember the scope and scale of this project ever being discussed previously. I could be wrong, but I don't think that's a conversation that we've had. So thank you.
Thank you. Director Ties.
Yeah, what Director McMahon just said.
Director Lee.
I just would like to confirm my understanding what would happen if we started and we stopped. I believe if we started and we started spending money and we stopped, the entire cost would fall back on the taxpayers to cover and the grant would be gone. So once you start something like this, the intent is to capitalize it all. And if you end up having to expense it, we're in big trouble. So I'd like to confirm that that's the case.
Okay, let's go to our CFO and our corporate officer for some additional information.
So I believe we would have to consider that and consult with the grantor as to what impact it would have, because of course, if you are in assessment and you're not actually materializing to a capital asset, then we may be there may be some implications to that, but I don't have the finite details in front of me to respond at 100% assurance to that. But most certainly, if something doesn't materialize to what we approved, we may have to repay some funds back. But where that line crosses, because I know we had some unspent funds for some of the expenditures we incurred to date. So we have to reconcile that and come back to the board with that information. But that would be some of the risk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Corporate officer, any comments?
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing further to add to the CAO's comment.
Okay, Director McMahon.
So if we vote yes, are we committing to the project exactly as it's visualized now, or could it be significantly changed?
Thank you for the question. The commitment that by proceeding to include this in the financial plan, the direction that would be given from a practical point of view is to carry on with the design work. So staff fully expect that the project will evolve and be refined as the remaining design work is completed. It's with caution that I say that If there's direction to be added to the design brief that has been given to our design team, which has its roots in the park management plan and has been affirmed through a series of staff reports starting back to 2017, then that can be integrated. Changes do tend to cost money, so depending on what the direction is, that may not assist with cost control. And then the other piece here would be that the fundraising that our partner has done for this project and the application that was made to senior governments for the project do have some parameters associated with them. So the degree of change would need to be considered in the context of what has been talked about so far or what might be written into our funding agreement. So some flexibility, some constraints. Thank you.
All right, before we go to any further questions, I'm wondering if it would work for the board to basically separate this into two conversations at this point. One is the budget item that we have in front of us. The next item is actually the report on Cooper's Green. And inside of that, staff have made some recommendations. There could be other recommendations added in there that would give direction to staff to address some of the concerns that you have. Because what I'm hearing is you want to move forward. You don't want this to stop at this point. There's more work to be done. But the next piece is, what are some of the considerations that you want to be included in this? I mean, one of them that I noticed right away is around the boat ramp, that we gave staff direction that we want that looked at. And there's others that you've brought up. So, Director Pratt.
Thanks, Chair Seegers. I've been putting my hand up and down and up and down.
I've seen that.
Yeah. Mainly, just it's really interesting because I've been involved before in a design build process, which you knew what your pot of money was ahead of time, and then you put it out to tenders, which is a completely different option than, what do we want? What do we want on our wish list? And then applying for grants or looking at funding sources for it. So I almost wish we had a design build process in this place where we knew what our pot of money was and then went out. But we have a project that's already gone through a significant amount of work by staff, by the community. This is the project we have in front of us. This is what I've heard very clearly from my community. It's the right thing in the right place that the majority of people can agree on. The costs are hard to swallow for a lot of members of the community. But I want to see this, I'm hearing very clearly they want to see this move forward. So I'm prepared to move that we approve and adopt the Cooper's Green Hall replacement / upgrade with the additional funding with the funding sources as indicated into the 2021 budget and financial plan. I think is that the motion that works for staff?
Yes. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. All right. Any further comments or questions before we call a vote? Director McMahon.
Just to be clear, if we vote against this now, do we lose the grant?
Staff. My assumption is yes, but GM Hall?
I think staff would have to do some research on that, Chair.
Director McMahon, anything further?
Yeah, that makes it a little difficult because if it means we're going to lose the grant, then I'd be reluctant to vote against it. It's a big grant. And I think there's still some room for compromise or adjustment here.
Okay, Director Pratt.
So to Director McMahon's, I'm going to call it angst over whether or not to put it forward. Are there any subject to amendments that you would like to make?
I think that Director Seegers nailed it. That's if we're going to get into the weeds, we'll do that when we get to the report rather than complicating the budget.
Do you want that answer, Director McMahon, before we actually call the vote on this as to whether or not we lose the grant?
You know, for everybody's clarity, I would appreciate that answer.
Okay. Corporate officer, how would we proceed at this point? Can we just, I mean, we're at 2:12. Could we take a 15-minute break and come back? That would give staff time, or even 10-minute break, staff time to, would that give you staff time to look that up? To answer that question before we actually call the vote? Yes, no?
I don't know if we can get the exact, like a definitive answer on the impacts to the grant. If it was voted down in 10 minutes, we could try. But I don't know if we could get the answer definitively.
Okay, Director McMahon?
Perhaps we could defer it to first thing tomorrow morning and come back at it then.
Would that give staff time to be able to give us a definitive answer?
We can try. Our ability to get a definitive answer will require a live human being on the end of a phone that we can't guarantee.
Okay. Okay. Directors, what would you like to do? And corporate officer, if we look at, if we could do a motion to defer this item to tomorrow morning?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right, directors, I would need a recommendation for that. Director McMahon. Moved and seconded that this item be deferred to 9:30 tomorrow morning. All right, all those in favor? Yes, Director Ties, go ahead.
If we defer this item, does that mean the next Annex M, we can't discuss it because we've deferred it?
No, all we're deferring at this point is the budget approval.
Just making sure.
Yes. Tina.
I just want to make sure that we have a very good understanding of what's being requested by staff. So we make sure we come back with the appropriate answer for tomorrow. So if what I'm understanding is that the committee would like us to consult with the grant to say if this particular project is not decided on based on the current scope, if there's any implications to the grant and what options would the regional district have. Because again, we have implications of legislative components that are, if something's not in our financial plan versus the grant. So there's a couple of different things at play. So, is there funding options to modify the scope and what implications? So I just want to make sure we're coming back with the right answers that the committee is seeking.
I think the question is, if we vote this, if we do not approve and incorporate this into our 2021 budget, what are the impacts on the grant? I think in previous conversation with GM Hall at some of the meetings, we understand that there can be some scope change within reason, but we're looking at, if we don't incorporate this, if we don't approve it, incorporate it into the budget, what happens to the grant? Is it gone? Do we have an option to come back to that? If we do some more work and find that, yes, we do actually want to move this forward. We want to know, if we do this now, is it a hard stop for the grant? Director McMahon, did I word that correctly?
Yeah, are we effectively canceling the project if we do not vote for it today? or tomorrow.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to defer this budget item to 9:30 tomorrow morning. This is voting A, B, D, E, and F. All those in favor? Sorry, Director Lee. Did you want to get in before the vote?
I did have a question, but no, it's okay.
All right. So all those in favor of deferral? Thank you. All right. So we're going to leave that till tomorrow morning. Let's move on to, we're at 2:17. Do we want to take a 10-minute break? Come back and, yep, go ahead, Director Lee.
One more question before we go.
Mhm.
If the answer is we don't, we still have a chance at the grant, but we don't put it into the budget, do we have to wait a year before we can put it in the budget?
Tina?
You could amend your financial plan bylaw to include the project in the budget. So we just have to be mindful with how many times we do that, hence big report we brought last year.
Thank you.
All right, we are at 2:18. Let's come back at 2:30. Okay, see you then. Thank you. We are back with the Special Corporate Administrative Services Committee meeting, round 2 budget for the Sunshine Coast Regional District. Today is Thursday, March 4th. And we are on Annex M. I'd like to turn over to the CAO.
Thank you. Just following up on the item we had just before the break around Cooper's Green Hall and what would happen if it's not approved to go into the round 2 budget today. I think it would depend on what the intention is. So I'm just gonna say a few things and see if I'm capturing this right. And Tina, Ian, if you guys have learned something in the last couple of minutes that runs afoul of this, please start flailing and giving me the get off the stage sign. So scenario 1 is based on all the work that's happened, and then based on the additional staff consultation and public engagement that you wanted done, what's come back is that project in this location with that budget and this grant and X amount of borrowing and X amount of fundraising, that's fine. Option 2, there's questions that remain unanswered in the minds of the board members. And while no one is trying to say the project shall not proceed, the project may proceed in another form, in another potential location with a reduced scope. If that were the case, if that was the will of the board, we would have to do additional work. We would have to go back. It would probably mean that some of the donations, which were probably earmarked for the project in its current location, we would have to figure all that out, but it would not require us to cancel the grant. If, however, the intention is that this project is not proceeding, then we don't need the province to tell us the grant's canceled, the project's canceled. So it's either A, the directors are prepared to support the project in its current form and current location. B, you don't want to put it in the budget right now because you want staff to do more work on rescoping, potentially finding another location. So further work because there's questions that we haven't answered yet. Or 3, it's dead. And Tina, Ian, if I missed something there, please bail me out. But I think that's essentially the crux of this. None of that requires us to worry about the province stepping in and say, well, we're going to pull the grant then. They've said it's pretty flexible. So we're either moving forward with something, in which case we have a time-sensitive grant, or B, we're not moving forward.
All right, Director McMahon and Director Ties.
Yeah, it's clear the community wants a hall. The current hall is at the end of its life and cannot be renovated. It's not practical. And the community is very, very clear that they want the hall there, which worries me a little bit. I think those are fairly straightforward. It's the scope. So, you know, I'm in B.
Thank you. Director Ties.
Yeah, I would support option B as well. And I think each director has a different set of concerns. Director Hiltz has mentioned some. I have mentioned some. Director McMahon has mentioned some. And I think what we need to do is maybe go away, create a little shopping list, send it off to staff and get a future staff report on this shopping list. Does that sound like a plan?
All right, I think GM Hall's got his hand up.
Thank you, Chair. Not in answer to Director Ties' question, but just as an add-on to the CAO's able summary of options. From a design and a project point of view, something as significant as changing the location, just so we're all talking about the level of implication of that, like that is a new project. And while the design budget that has been spent with our designer is something in the order of $100,000 maybe, there's staff work and task force work and other study work that preceded this, some of which was done like prior to there being a hall replacement project, back, depending on how broadly one draws the scope, even the park management plan. And so just as a statement of fact about the implications of option B or 2 that the CAO laid out, the potential is that this drives not immaterial new project costs. And of course, those are directly proportionate to the amount of change or reconsideration that is directed. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so if we follow up on Director Ty's comments, we're looking at Annex M. This is around Cooper's Green. And one of the recommendations is that, oh, sorry, I'm trying to have something else disappear. Let me get back there. There we go. And the recommendation is that if the hall replacement project proceeds, the project team be directed to complete further study of Cooper's Green Park parking needs and opportunities. What I'm hearing from the directors is there's more. That's not sufficient for the information that you want back in order to make a decision about moving it forward. So it's separate from the incorporating and putting it into the budget. At this point, what I'm hearing is, yes, you're actually okay with incorporating, putting in the budget, and we want all of this stuff looked at for down the road. So we'd have to go to staff to come forward with a report to address all of these various items, and we don't necessarily have a complete list at this point. Am I reading that correctly? I'm seeing one nod. Yes? Okay, that's what I'm hearing. Okay. So do you want to, would overnight be sufficient time? Well, some of us are on TV tonight. Would overnight be sufficient for you to get your list together of what you want addressed so that we actually also defer this one to tomorrow morning following the first budget item? And then in this, when we're looking at this, our recommendation includes those extra items that you want addressed by staff. And I go to Director Pratt.
Thank you, Chair. So is there any way that we can, I know we've heard and we've spoken about some of the concerns, and as Director Kai's called them, the shopping list. A lot of these, there are a number of things that have already been looked at. So I'm just wondering if there's additional information that you want beyond what's already been provided in past staff reports and past task force work. I wonder if it's going to be helpful to put a few things together right now, and then we can continue to revisit it tomorrow, because I think there has been an incredible amount of background work done already that may already be accessible to directors quite easily.
Okay. Directors, what would you like to do? Director McMahon.
I would like to get through the rest of the budget material and then come back to Cooper's Green when we've got a little bit more time.
Okay. Would tomorrow morning revisiting M work? Annex M?
Sure.
All right. Director Hiltz.
Yeah, for me in this, it's the 2018 $3 million Class B plus or minus 15%, a 3-year-old estimate, and that's a big one for me, right? That we're out of date on that one, and everything is contingent on that number. 3 years out of date, Class B to begin with, plus or minus 15%. In there was a pre-tendering financial review, and I don't exactly know what that was, but somehow a more up-to-date value of what we're talking about, because this would help with the cost overrun and the potential scaling down. Is the project going to come under $3 million? maybe not. And by the time it's built, yeah, we'll be 4 years out of date, 3 to 4 years out of date. So it's a big game stopper for me as current information, which does tie back to when that grant, it took 3 years, 2 years to get here. So there is, yeah, that's a big one for me.
Thank you. Any other directors want to weigh in on any of the comments or ideas that you need addressed? Director Ties and then Director McMahon.
Yeah, I feel like I still don't have a definitive answer whether the use of this facility will be good for 100 to 150 years in the current location. I still feel like I don't. I also agree with Director McMahon that this building should be built to net zero standards. It should at least be built net zero ready. Even if it's not net zero right now, it should be built net zero ready. I certainly don't want just your general. I think those building standards are going to be current in 2035, and to build a building right now that's going to last 150 years to standards that are not going to last, that are not going to be valid for the next 140 years, I think is a little bit cheeky. And I also would like to have the Half Moon Bay Community Association, as well as us, go in with full awareness as to what the carrying cost of this facility is actually going to be, and how many weekends a summer they are going to rent this out to weddings and not make it available to the community. This is not going to be a cheap facility, and I think, is it going to be a community hall or is it going to be a business? That's my question. When you have to rent it out for 10 of the 12 summer weekends, then I have my reservations around this being a community hall and this becoming a business. So these are some of the questions that I have and that I would like answered.
Yeah, Director McMahon.
I had been hoping that we were deferring this until tomorrow morning. So
Well,
I'm going to make the motion.
Yeah, if you, yeah, that's fine. I mean, I'm just put these I've been making a list. Like, if you just fire them off, make a list. We're not going to put them into this at this point. We will bring that list back tomorrow morning. And we can do this if you defer this.
Yep. Okay. Asset management plan. We have and we just further to what Director Tai said, we have a recreation center that was designed for the 1970s and built in 2006. We don't need to do this again.
Thank you. Director Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to debate the merits of the project. I think we need that for tomorrow, but I have a question, and that is, if we build this thing 2 years from now, we decide we don't want it, can we sell it?
Okay. All right. I don't see any other questions. Director McMahon, I'm going to come back to you for a recommendation.
Was I hopefully moving to defer Annex M to tomorrow morning?
Yes.
That's what I'm doing.
Is there a seconder? Seconded? All right. This is voting A, B, D, E, and F. All those in favor? Director Lee?
I guess if I don't vote, it's a positive, right?
That's right.
I'll put up my hand. I vote in favor.
Thank you. All right, so Annex M will come following the budget item from the previous package. So we're moving on to Annex N. Annex N is the feasibility, regional feasibility study. And there's a change in the amount in this one. This is based on a grant And this is indicating, it's letting us, instead of doing it, having staff do this, we're actually going to be hiring consultants. Is that correct? GM Rosenboom.
Thank you. Maybe I can do a general introduction of this one.
Great.
Also, given that there is no information yet on the grant itself. Staff were contacted in the summer of last year about potential grant funding opportunity in support of the strategic planning initiative around watershed management. Staff since have been able to secure a $125,000 grant for a project that these two budget proposals are related to. The funding, together with the SRD funding approved and incorporated in this year's budget, will allow for a regional watershed management plan to be presented to the board in the first quarter of 2022. Both budget proposals presented today will support the development of the plan. Compared to round one, the change, as indicated, is that at round one, the proposal was that most of the work would be done by SRD staff supported by a contractor, and in discussions with the funding authority and further review of the staff capacity and expertise, we concluded that it would be best to have a contractor take the lead and staff support. And one of the reasons for that is that there's a hard deadline for the project to be completed by the end of the year, December, and staffing capacity would create a bigger risk that we can meet that deadline than if we were to hire a contractor to do so. The benefit of staff active involvement will be is that staff will learn and gain the knowledge to bring this project and this initiative further if required. Thank you. I'm more than able to answer any questions.
Thank you. You did a much better explanation than I did. Director Ties.
Yeah, thank you. One question is does that affect our staffing issues? Does that do we not need as many people as we thought we would?
Thank you. The initial proposal in round one was that to hire a full FTE for a year, and the current proposal is to hire a 0.4. That's the second budget proposal, a 0.4 FTE for or a 0.3 FTE for 4 months to support us so that we can get this work done. And the project will include a collaboration with the other governing bodies on the coast, local governments, First Nations, but also MOTI. And the second phase will also include a public participation component in summer and early fall.
Thank you. Director McMahon.
Yeah, I appreciate staff reviewed this because, of course, it's a really important project and we need to move it forward. And if this is the best way to do it, now is the time to know. So I'm good with this, and I'm actually happy to move the incorporation of item 1 on page 97 and 2 on page 98 into the 2021 budget.
Thank you. And that's been seconded. Thank you. Any other comments or questions? This is voting all directors. So all those in favor? Thank you.
Maybe there's one thing I can clarify, which is related to the funder, because I think we haven't mentioned that yet. The funding is coming from the government announced last year 10 billion fund for COVID response, and as part of that, they initiated a healthy watershed initiative, and this is one of the projects, one of the 76 projects funded through that initiative.
Thank you. Director Lee.
Oh, I thought I was going to get flashed. I did. Just a general question. When we're hiring for a period of 4 months, are we confident we can get a highly qualified person to do this for us? Or do we have a person on staff we're going to extend? Anyways, what's the staffing plan?
Thank you for the question. The process would be is that this person would, the person that we would hire would support existing staff in this project as well as other projects so that existing staff can work on this project.
Perhaps I can add as well. Given our past experience and similar recruitments, confidence is very high that we have available local resources and we would be able to fill this job temporarily.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Annex O, number 21. This is with regards to public transit. First budget proposal is on page 100. This is COVID-19 expenses for materials and supplies. And did staff want to speak to this? This is one of them that we changed during round one, I believe.
Yeah, maybe I can clarify. Number 1 and 2 were deferred from round 1, pending the February 11th board report regarding the financial situation of the transit service. So budget proposals 1 and 2 were deferred, and 3 and 4 are, or the numbers are 6 and 7. Actually, they were presented at that committee meeting, and the recommendation was made and approved by the board to bring budget proposals forward for those expenditures.
Right, and these are ones, I believe, and Tina can correct me on this, these are ones that are included already in the COVID restart funds as per the report in Annex D. Is that correct?
No.
No? Okay.
Through the COVID restart funds that is filtered through the BC Transit.
Right. Sorry, yes.
They're actually
right. Two pots. Yes.
2 pots, so it's the second pot, and that was part of the February report as well.
Yes. All right. So directors, questions first. Any questions on any of these? Director McMahon?
Sure, you said on any of them. Public transit recruitment. I'm wondering if HR is looking at specifically recruiting among women and minorities who have been most heavily impacted by job losses from COVID. Bus drivers traditionally have tended to be male, and perhaps there's opportunities there or partnerships with agencies that are training people on their commercial driving license.
Thank you. Staff? Yeah, go ahead, Mr.
Thank you for the question. Actually, one of the areas of focus for this year and heading into the future, diversity, equity, and inclusion is actually a growing subject and has been for a couple of years now. So we do plan to carry on and expand in that direction. Having said that, I see that Mr. Walton, the transit manager, is here, and with GM Rosenboom, we have had some preliminary discussions to actually explore not only with BC Transit, but with Work BC in terms of potential alternate sources of funding for job creation. We don't currently have an instructor or an available business on the Sunshine Coast that would actually train and certify people to become transit operators with the proper class of driver's license. They have to travel into the Lower Mainland. So that's something we're actively pursuing. And we have a meeting booked coming up, and I know there's more information to follow. So I think the answer is yes on two fronts. I always like to say, though, we always do look to hire the best person for the job. But we want to be sure that we continue moving in the direction of diversity, equity, and inclusion. So thank you.
Thank you. And to that point, I believe from what you're saying, I believe you are aware of some of the recent grants that have been announced for funding to address what Director McMahon has said. Right. Thank you. All right, any other questions or comments? How would you like to deal with these 4 budget proposals? Director McMahon.
How about that I move the 2 pink ones? That
Okay.
would be number 1 and number 2 to be incorporated into the 2021 budget.
Thank you. And funding for both of those is operating reserves, which is actually the Safe Restart funds, the Transit Safe Restart funds. Is there a seconder for that recommendation?
And BC
Seconded?
Transit.
Right, and BC Transit in both of them, yes. Thank you. And that's been seconded. This is voting BDEF, District of Sechelt, Town of Gibson's SIGD. All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to the blue ones, items 6 and 7. Directors, Director Beamish.
I would move both of those recommendations. Thank you.
All right, and they be approved and incorporated into the 2021 budget. Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded. All right, seeing no further questions, all those in favor? Thank you. Thank you, staff. Moving on, Annex P. This is the Pender Harbor Transfer Station Food Waste Drop-Off Program tipping fees. Yeah, Ms. Cooper.
Thanks, Chair Seegers. This report is being brought forward to help support the budget deliberations related to the implementation of a food waste drop-off at the Pender Harbor Transfer Station. So the report outlines a few options for the board's consideration around how to fund it in terms of the tipping fees. So, and staff are happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Director Ties.
Yeah, my question around that one is whether staff has actually looked into the option of and the cost feasibility of on-site composting through like a community-sized composter or something like that. If we can take the trucking out and then maybe have people be able to actually buy their own compost back, I think there could be some advantages, and I think the quantities are such that we can actually go with something that's commercially available right now. I think I sent some links to staff earlier this week.
Thank you. Staff, did you want to comment on that?
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Staff have been following the direction from the board. Last year, about a year ago, or a little bit more, the board provided direction to staff to fund and define a service and fund it through tipping fees. Early this year, staff had presented to the board what the impact on tipping fees would be and suggested to with taxation. Staff have to date not explored any other service delivery models, only other funding models. So if the desire would be that staff would change the service delivery model, then we would need to assess the capital as well as the operational impacts of such an amended scope. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I was busy making notes. I hadn't heard the term service delivery model. I have some concerns, and I did scribble down some notes here. I wonder if we should be addressing the Pender Transfer Station and the self-hauling right now, because the process will change for all of us with the new disposal options, as will the cost. Municipal electric composting seems like a viable option. So basically compost and dispose of it at the Pender transfer station, but also soon at the Seashell transfer station. We're going to have the same issue there probably once we have a transfer station in Seashell rather than a landfill. And maybe we'll have one down in Gibson's even. And we should be looking at the big picture of that, I think. So maybe we're just not ready yet to make a decision on this. And the hauling contract at Pender Transfer Station, in my mind, should accommodate organics hauling without additional cost, because it's being done today when it's including as garbage. So we're paying, if we do nothing, we don't have any increased costs on hauling, but somehow we end up with paying an old rate and an additional rate for the same product. So to me, it seems like some kind of changes are needed, but I have no idea when we can do that because I don't know what the contract is. And the fact is we need to do something about the hidden cost of disposing of solid waste recyclables and not moving more of them into the taxable category where they're hidden. I think we need to figure out how to go with one method. Maybe it's taxes with a resident passport and charge a realistic tipping fee for the exceptions, commercial haulers, those kind of things. So I got so many questions about all this that I'm not sure we should be going ahead right now until we get those kind of, is now the time to address those kind of issues is my question.
Staff, did you want to comment?
Maybe I can clarify the increase to the hauler cost. It is really related to the changes. Is there one truck driving to Seashells from Pender, or is there a separate truck driving for a different container? And there's just another type of truck and another type of container being driven back and forth. It's not a 40-yarder as the current regular waste is being transferred in. And indeed, it also has to do with how the contracts are set up currently. And the expiry of the operator's contract for the Pender Harbor Transfer Station is later this year. Thank you.
So Director Lee, we as a board gave direction to staff to implement a food waste drop-off site located at the Pender Harbor's transfer station, right, for residents and small businesses. That was a board direction to staff. So what I'm hearing is that you might not be comfortable with that direction at this point, or maybe not have it be implemented at this point.
I think it's the solution that I'm having difficulty with, as opposed to a broad statement that we should be doing it.
Okay.
I agree with the broad statement we should do it as quick as possible. But I'm a little concerned about the process and the cost. And I always imagined composting on site somehow. So we avoided the trucking and kept the problem at its source rather than move it somewhere else. So, because as I asked around the community here, there's a large demand for the product. There's a lot of people, they've got vineyards, gardens, they want the product. And in fact, they're self-hauling from a lot of businesses to make their own product. So that's just my thought process. I'm not quite ready for a motion yet, but I'd be interested in what everybody else says because we all share the cost of this.
Thank you. Director Ties and then Director Hiltz.
So yeah, so I apologize to staff that, I think it was Director Lee that sort of triggered this impetus of on-site composting. And to me, it makes a whole lot of sense. I just don't know any numbers around it. But you know, that preliminary web search I did show a couple of options of different scales of on-site composters that go from small communities to you know, medium-sized communities, whether you've, you know, something from a hospital size to all the way up to small municipalities. So there's stuff commercially available. I just don't know the price tag attached to it. And I would love to see that before we commit to throwing more greenhouse gases and trucking food waste all over the place when we don't need to.
Okay, so another point in conjunction with that would be the staff management of that process, right? So we actually would have staff take on managing a composting process at a site. Director Hiltz and then Director McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. A couple items. I'll start with, is it a good time to do this? I think it isn't exactly the right time to do it, because the SCRD has been trying for over 10 years to get people to on-site compost, and it has been kind of, I would say, a miserable failure. So there was no alternative almost. That if you want to divert this, you gotta do curbside. In terms of the machinery, I have a little bit of expertise in experience with machinery, and West Howe Sound Community Association did a pilot on door cans, and we looked in those the big thing where the idea is you pour it in the end, and out comes the gold. It was a little bit of a fancy. A couple of universities have done it. Maintenance, three-phase power, cleaning those machines. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be the one doing it. So I'm supportive of it. It's like it's the equity between the other rural areas and Area A, which doesn't have curbside, right? So this is really the only option for them, is to do it at the transfer station. The greenhouse gases. Yeah, it's an issue, but I don't think we have any other real options at this point. So I'm supportive of the recommendation. I do have one question, and that was the amount of the approved budget of $54,000. And I'm just wondering, where did that? I don't even remember it coming as I thought it came as a package, and it was like 180 grand or something like this. So is that did the board approve the 54? Is that kind of the project kind of cost? That's the question that I have on the report.
Ms. Cooper.
Thanks for the question. Food waste drop-offs were brought forward to the 2020 budget process, and were actually brought forward 3 drop-off locations. And last year, the board decided that instead to only proceed with the food waste drop-off at the Pender Harbor transfer station. So in that budget proposal, I believe it outlined what the proposed cost would be per site. So then only the site, and therefore only the budget, moved forward for the Pender Harbor transfer station drop-off. It was adopted subsequently in 2020. This was one of the items that was postponed or delayed due to COVID. So it was set to be implemented last year. So here we are this year bringing forward the budget proposal because after issuing the RFP for container and hauling services, it was recognized that tipping fees would not be sufficient. So that's what led to bringing forward the budget proposal to round 1. It was discussed at round 1. The model that was brought forward wasn't supported, which was the $5 per container up to a volume liter of 50 liters. So then the round 2 budget proposal was brought forward with a few different options for how to fund that portion of the food waste drop-off from tipping fees. So whether that's $5 across the board up to that 50 liters, $2.50 for a smaller container up to 10 liters, with $10 up to the 50 liters.
So just to follow up, the 54 was kind of, the other 2 sites didn't go, so this was what this site cost. That was the budget proposal. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Director McMahon, Director Toth.
Yeah, we need to do this. Clearly, we're trying to divert organics. I get that. logistics of doing this at the Pender Harbor transfer station are kind of what's troubling me here. Because as far as I can tell, and maybe I didn't get this straight because I was starting to get tired by the time I got to this point in the budget package. But so if the resident does the right thing, separates the organics out of their garbage and does it as a two-stage process, then it's going to take them more time and more trouble and they're going to pay more. So it seems to me that they're being incentivized to hide all the organics in their regular garbage. And it's a little troubling. Maybe there will be a big uptake, but that said, I don't have a better idea right off the top of my head.
Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. I wonder if this is something, in order to move forward, we should adopt this for 2021 only, and look at something else going forward, 2022 or 2023. The discussion about like the Jora or the community-sized composters. Director Hiltz mentioned an experiment done there in West House Sound, and I know that the Gibson's Recycling Depot had some sort of setup at one point. So I'm wondering if, moving this forward for this year so we have something in place is the way to go, but then taking the year to sort of learn about the other technology options that are out there, so that the directors have a better idea of what can be done without having to just truck it to a central location, so that we could revisit it in 2022, either to continue it as it is or to change the delivery model.
Thank you. Director Lee, and then I'm going to speak on this as well.
I'm sorry, GM Rosenboom actually has a comment, I believe. No?
No.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. The only thing I would like to say is the RFP we currently have out, we ran was for a contract for 3 years plus extension options. So we have to check if it's possible to make it a 1 year, and we think that it is possible, but we have to confirm that.
Thank you. Director Lee.
I'm kind of in my own talking against myself originally. Here I am asking more questions instead of making a decision. I wanted to comment on the who would run the equipment to make the compost. I wouldn't know if we would use the on-site contractor to do it. He's got the equipment and stuff. Or whether we would look to contract it out to someone like Grips, who's already doing a whole bunch of the diversion. So these are all questions that make me waffle on whether we want to do this, but perhaps it's outweighed by the need to get space on the short term in our dump, and every month is a bad thing. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Okay. My comment is around actually charging a tipping fee for the food waste drop-off program. I know we don't have organics collection in Seashell yet, but we take ours and we drop it off at Sailor Soils, and it doesn't cost us anything. So here we're saying if you live in Pender, you don't have the same service as you do in Seashell. And in fact, we're going to charge you to bring your organics in. So I have a concern about charging them to do that, and whether or not we should actually just have it as part of taxation. That'd be my question. Director McMahon, GM Wisenboom, did you want to jump the line? Yes, go ahead. You have the right to do that.
I just avoided the sign unmuted.
Yeah.
What I want to say is that last year, one of the discussion items at committee to prefer for taxation funding of this program was the fact that in the other electoral areas, the users of the program, it's also user fee-based program, because they are doing it's going through the refuse collection service. So that was the rationale for last year for making the decision to do it based on user fee-based program. That's the only thing I would like to add here.
Okay, so then a question, follow-up question on that. Is the organics collection at Sailor Soils being just, they're doing that? It's not actually part of our program with them?
It's fully an Sailor Soils business initiative.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies that piece. Director McMahon, then Director Lee.
Yeah, two things. First, in order to get people to use programs, they have to be convenient. And at least at the beginning of this program, I think that charging people to do the right thing is going to be a barrier. And maybe we just have to eat it because of the particular circumstances of Pender Harbor, because we are all unicorns. And the other thing I wanted to say is that while I think Director Toth had a good point about trying this out for a year isn't very long, and we'll be on top of it again before you know it. So I actually think we need to try this out for 2 or 3 years to get a really good sense of whether it's going to work, and then to evaluate our options at that point.
Right, Director Lee.
Thank you, Chair. There's three more things before I vote. There is a commercial hauler in Pender, and I suspect he will pick up organics at a higher rate and charge for doing it and for delivering it to the dump. Very similar to what happening in the South Coast, except that you can't opt out. In Pender, you have to opt in to his service. But he's got a pretty good service going right now where he picks up recyclables of all type and garbage, and it's quite a popular option. So saying that, 50 liters is going to be a problem, because I suspect he's going to have more on his truck because he'll do everything at once. So I think we need to address that in order for it to be successful. There's lots of people that will pay extra for the convenience and to do the right thing. And Pender Harbor is very heavy to seniors that would rather pay than do. So that's something I think we need to consider on this. What if Sailor Soils move? You're going to be looking at the same thing for self-hauling. So we need again, that was my point over the long term, make sure we have a good plan that considers all alternatives. And my bottom line to me now is that even though I don't like splitting tipping fees and taxation for the same product, I think we have to do that in this case in order to trial it out and see how successful we are. We can always deal up the increased tipping fees in the future and decrease the taxation. And for the amount of money this is, the difference wouldn't be all that much, just to see how it works. And I think we'd save that much if we're very successful in the volume we're keeping our dump alive for between now and 2026. So it would seem like a good investment to me. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Ms. Cooper.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify to make sure that the board had the accurate information that the annual costs and the program that would be set up is meant for residential self-haul up to that 50-liter container so that they're able to open the specialized container and empty their food waste. It's not designed for a commercial hauler to collect curbside materials. Should a local company anywhere on the Sunshine Coast wish to collect from whether it's a residential customer or a commercial customer, they would have to make arrangements for where that food waste would be dropped off. The likely location would be Sailor Soils. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Hiltz.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm just speaking on support of the split between tipping fees and taxation. is the model is user pay, right? That's what it's supposed to be, all tipping fees, but so the incentive is to provide the program. And in area F, there's people saying, I want to opt out. I want to opt out, right? They're paying for people who aren't they're not using the service, but they're paying for people who are. So I think that balance between user fees and taxation, it's a roughly a 50-50 split, seems to be a reasonable way to go about it. Puts responsibility on both sides, the SCRD as a corporation and the user. So, and how will people adjust? I guess I'm relying on the professionals to figure out how they know way more about solid waste than I do. And if they figure that this works, I'm willing to go for it. But yeah, it's I'm happy to move the recommendation, by the way.
Okay. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Director Lee.
What is the recommendation?
Recommendation is on page 105, that the transfer station food waste drop-off program be implemented as of July 1st, 2021, and that this program be funded through a combination of taxation through 350 regional solid waste and tipping fees, and that the tipping fee for the disposal of food waste at the Pender Harbor transfer station be set at $2.50 per container with a volume restriction of 10 liters, and at $10 per container with a volume restriction of 50 liters, and further that the sanitary landfill bylaw 405 be amended accordingly.
I was hoping we were going to talk about the tipping fee being set to the same as solid waste. And so you just get weighed, you go and you dump it and you leave, and the difference is taken up by taxation. So,
okay, so you were thinking of a different option in here.
Yeah, the 1, 2, 3, fourth paragraph down. That the tipping fee.
That's considered option 1 in the report on 107. No tipping fee, food waste accepted as municipal solid waste.
Mm-hmm.
So what would be the difference in cost to us if we did that? What would we be making up?
We would have no revenue and $45,000 in cost.
Okay. I think that's the right way to go to introduce this and get them started doing it.
But it will result in a deficit. We cannot budget for a deficit in the program.
Right. I think what he's indicating is it should be funded initially from taxation.
Then it should be totally funded from taxation, yes.
Well, you'd be getting extra revenue from the weight across the scales still.
Right, but it's not separated out.
That's I see where you're coming from. Your assumption is that there will be more organics being delivered to the landfill. Our assumption is that the organics is already being delivered to the landfill, only now part of MSW. And as a result, the total amount will deliver the total weight of material will not change. So if you deliver it, if you charge it as an MSW rate, you're not creating additional revenue as a result of it.
Yeah, but then if we pay for this through something different, our total tonnage of solid waste goes down, so we're getting less money for that. And so we're going to have to update the tipping fees because we're not getting enough from the tipping fees because we have less weight. So I'm having trouble with the logic.
It will require an increase to the tipping fee of MSW. That's what you're suggesting then?
Yes, that's correct.
So that would be option number 2, a surcharge or something like that. Only then for the entire coast and not only for Pender.
So there's 2 options for funding it. Well, 3 options for funding. We can charge a tipping fee for the product, the organics. We can charge it as municipal solid waste. Then we would need to either increase a tipping fee for municipal solid waste or increase taxation to cover off the shortfall in the funding required to haul it. Those are our options. At this point, the recommendation that was put forward but never seconded was that we do a combination of taxation and tipping fees to cover off the hauling. Okay, I'm going to go to Director Beamish and then Director Ties. We have no recommendation at this point. So, Director Beamish.
Chair, is this, if we go to tipping fees, is that tipping fees for the whole coast area? So everybody involved in solid waste would pay that, or sorry, taxes, if we go taxation, would that go to all taxpayers?
Correct. Because it will be funded from the 350 function. So all costs would pay for it. Thank you.
Where Gibbs's residents are already paying for green waste organics pickup locally, we would then be paying taxation for Pender Harbor organics pickup. I'm not in favor of that model.
That's the Seashell model. Director Ties.
Well, if it's of any help, I agree with Director Lee that option one is probably the best option. You're not going to get people changing their habits by with perverse incentives where you ask them to pay for something that that they previously didn't have to pay for and put more labor into it, as Director McMahon put it. And I think we should go with option one and just have it come out of taxation.
All right, Director Hiltz.
Okay, so where does the organics ban fit into this? So if I go with a load to the Pender Harbor transfer station, I've got some organics in it. Do I have to separate out, or can I just dump it with my MSW? Where does the ban aspect of it and the surcharge if you have a mixed load of unsorted stuff? So is there an incentive going along this road to encourage people to separate the organics?
Ms. Cooper?
Thanks for the question. If the board proceeds with a fully taxation model, then the incentive is that residents who would arrive at the transfer station, I'll just kind of walk you through it, would likely be able to park, for instance, walk their materials over, their organics, dump it into the bin, then they would get onto the scale and proceed with whatever materials are in their load. So if it's funded from taxation, then they would not be paying for the weight of that material. So that's an incentive from a financial incentive.
Follow up?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if someone doesn't want to do that effort and they take it all across the scale, will they be penalized by taking organics across the scale?
Go ahead.
That will depend on how, so there's a future staff report coming around how materials can be regulated, how the regulations are enforced. So staff will be providing that report in the next, in the next couple of months. So depending on what is supported by the board, that will give us how we can enforce that regulation, which at this time the regulation would be that they would pay double the tipping fee if 5% or more of the load contained food waste. But again, how that regulation would be enforced is still to be determined through some board direction, which included the investigation of the use of clear bags.
Director McMahon.
Oh yeah, since we're all in the weeds now, I'm going to jump right into. And so the 10-liter container and the 50-liter container, we're not actually providing any containers. So how does anybody know, you know, what their volume is if they're charging different prices? And yeah, you see what I mean here.
GM Rosenboom or Ms. Cooper?
Take it away.
Thank you. I was just going to add to Director McMahon's point that, again, should the board proceed with a taxation model, then really only the upper limit. I would suggest that we revert back to the original board direction, which was up to that 50-liter container, which is much easier for staff to oversee and basically is the equivalent size of the SCRD green bin, which is where that originated from that volume, so that it tried to mirror what types of volume we are permitting in the curbside programs and then providing that similar service, but in a self-haul model.
Thank you. Director Lee.
I'm leaning towards option one, and I was trying to, first of all, you are paying for your organics because you'd be paying for it with weight as you go over the scale. And the difference would be the $26,000 extra cost for hauling would be made up of taxation throughout the SCRD. And I don't think anybody's going to drive up from Half Moon Bay or Seashell with a bucket of this stuff, but they can if they want. And I think the 50-liter, I believe it was explained that it was there so that if there was a commercial hauler that was collecting it, you'd have to collect a whole bunch and haul her down to Seashell, which I'm okay with that too. That's a solution, which I think is a good one. So we're limiting our exposure to the commercial aspect of it, and keeping, and hopefully when we renegotiate the contract, or maybe we can find a change in process, that it becomes simply another hauling exercise for our existing contractor. I don't know what that would mean, whether you negotiate two kinds of trucks that he has or something, but so that's why I'm leaning towards that. So if I decide to make a motion like that, Mark's already, Director Hiltz has already made a motion, so
Wasn't seconded.
It wasn't seconded. The other piece that you need to consider, Director Lee, is if you go with number one and there's no tipping fee, this doesn't actually indicate how the additional costs for hauling will be funded. That would also need to be included in your recommendation. Director Lee?
Well, I've been flashed twice today.
Okay, so you'll have to repeat what you said while you were on mute.
I think GM Rosenboom has a comment that might look after it for me.
Okay. GM Rosenboom?
Page 105. Third recommendation, and that this program be funded through taxation, through 350 regional solid waste and tipping fees.
Sorry, I don't see where you are. Where is that?
Number
105. Okay.
105, the third recommendation currently states through a combination of taxation through 350 and tipping fees. That should then be amended to this program should be funded through taxation 350 regional solid waste, and then tipping fees be removed as well. The next one can be completely deleted.
Okay.
And Manager Cooper, is bylaws for 405 amendment still required or not?
If the decision is for taxation to fully fund it, then no.
For the 50-liter max?
We could actually, we'd still be amended accordingly, so that we would include a fee of $0 up to 50-liter container.
Okay.
That would be the cleanest approach.
Okay. Up to 50 liters.
I have a, I'm
ahead.
not suggesting that they dump the stuff without a, if you take just a bucket of organics, you wouldn't be dumping it free. You would be paying at the scales at the municipal solid waste rate.
Right. I think what GM Rosenboom and Ms. Cooper are talking about is that if somebody comes with a bigger container, just organics, but it's a bigger container, they actually still have to pay. So you're saying there's two ways this could be set up. One is where they would dump their organics before they go across the scale. The other is they go across the scale and then they dump their organics. You're saying they go across the scale, they dump their organics. We're going to do an increase in taxation to cover the hauling for that. So they would still pay the municipal solid waste fee for their organics.
Yes, that's what I want to say.
Okay.
They're
So
already paying that as well at the moment. So there is no increase. That model will not result in an increase in revenue.
right. So that
So
we
that's
need to,
why
right. So that's why we have to have an
the increase. And
yes.
They will pay the MSW rate,
Mhm.
but there will still be a taxation increase required to cover the cost.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. How do we limit the 50-liter piece? Or do we? Ms. Cooper.
I'm not certain that, what happens if somebody shows up with just food? If we don't have it in our bylaw with a tipping fee of 0, I'm just not certain how, as a transaction, operationally, I know we're kind of getting into the operations here, how that would work. That was why staff are proposing to fully fund it from taxation. And, should from an ease standpoint, a resident choose to pay for the entire load as MSW first and then dispose of their food waste after, then that would be sort of a little bit of extra of tipping fee. But the model of having it funded from taxation and included in the bylaw would allow for operationally for it to function smoothly.
So what you're saying, if somebody came, they're not coming to drop off any garbage, they're just coming to drop off their organics, they wouldn't be charged. If they brought their organics with their regular garbage that they're bringing, then it would be charged going across the scale.
If we fully fund it from taxation with the tipping fee of 0, a resident could choose. So based on their either the timing, a lineup, sort of whatever works best for them.
Okay. I'm going to go back to Director Lee because he was in the middle of making a motion, and then we'll go to other directors.
I'm confused about the operations impact in that if I took my truck there and I had a truckload of garbage and I had a bucket of organics and I went across the scale, which is what most people do, you pretty much can't walk up to that place. What would be the problem with operations there?
Go ahead.
Thanks for the question. We can do it that way, but it's problematic if the load doesn't arrive that way without having the bylaw amended in such a way to include food waste. I believe we've covered off how it would be funded, so fully funded from taxation, because collecting it in one load or one transaction would not result in any revenue for that program or that service. So that would be funded from taxation. But if it's fully funded from taxation, included in the bylaw at the $0, again, the resident could choose either way how to proceed.
So what you're saying is the recommendation would be that this be implemented as of July 1st, that this program be funded through taxation, through 350 regional solid waste, and that the bylaw be amended to include $0 for up to 50 liters of organics. And is that the sanitary landfill bylaw 405? Okay, so that be amended to include $0 for up to 50 liters of organics. And that would cover off any situation that we run into up there, and it would cover off the funding of it. Okay, Director Lee, are you clear on that?
No, I think I must be asleep.
Okay, what Ms. Cooper is saying is we do need to fund this through taxation, and the residents have an option. They can come just with organics. And because we're saying we're funding organics through taxation, the funding of organics, we're not going to charge them if they bring a pail of just organics to the landfill or to the transfer station. They can come with their organics. They won't be charged if it's 50 liters or less. They would be able to dispose of that. If they come and go across the scale with everything, yes, there would be a charge, and they would be charged their organic weight as well. But we're saying we want you to take organics there. So if you have to do it once a week and you don't take your garbage, we're not going to charge you for the organics.
Yeah,
that's how this works.
This is where I guess it's hurting my head, because I can't imagine why we would not just treat it as solid waste and tell them they have to separate it and dump it separately. I can't imagine why we wouldn't do that. Because we can't force them to do it? Is that the problem, or what's the issue with that one? I'm struggling. I still don't have an answer to that in my mind.
So what is to clarify, your question is, if somebody's driving over the scale with MSW and a black garbage bag and a pail of food waste, they drive over the scale. They get weighted, they charge you, and they pay the MSW rate for both. They go over the scale, toss the garbage bag in the container, toss the pail or food waste in the other container, and they drive out, and they weigh out, and they drive out. That's what the current proposal is. Or if they only bring organics, they can just walk up or drive up and toss it immediately in organics, and they don't have to even weigh in.
No. If they bring any amount, they got to weigh in, and they're charged the minimum, just like they are for garbage.
What's the minimum charge?
It's $5 and hardly ever hit it.
Okay, so if they come with their small pail. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So if they're charged $5, then what's the incentive for them to separate it out?
Mm-hmm.
They're charged a minimum, just like you would with garbage, but it just happens to be organics, and they chose to come early, knowing darn well they got to pay the minimum. Just like if I take a single bag of garbage to the dump, I do it to get rid of it because it's smelly, but I know that I could have saved up 5 of them and saved myself some money. So we go. And in Pender, that's a very normal, everyday occurrence because we used to put our recyclables, whether they were refundable or not, there. And no one ever separated them. They just drove across the scales and paid full price and threw them in the right bins. So they're quite used to that. So that's where my head is with this thing.
Okay, so you're saying you would like to just have it that the program be funded through taxation, through 350 regional solid waste, and that's it. We're not going to amend anything. We're not going to amend the bylaw. They get charged the minimum charge if they come over with organics only, or if they come over with organics in their garbage bags, they're going to get charged that minimum charge.
Yes.
But the program for the hauling is being funded through taxation.
Yes.
Okay, staff?
This is not a scenario that we have financially walked through, because I think that the taxation amount would still require the full 55,000.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
So that the the budget proposal would, and the associated budget proposal later on would be 55,000. That the entire program would need to be funded from that.
But the one thing we would be avoiding is increasing the tipping fees because the volume is gone.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. Okay. All right. Director McMahon, and then Director Beamish and Director Toth.
Oh, well, I got really confused during all of this. Do we have a motion on the floor yet? What Len said, I'm for it. The only part that I want to capture is that I think we should review this in a year's time to see how it goes.
Just writing that down. All right, Director Beamish.
And I just want to clarify, we're talking about organics diversion. Now, that's happening in Gibson's. Gibson's taxpayers are paying for that. That's happening in rural areas. Are Gibson taxpayers paying for that?
Yes.
So we pay for the diversion in rural areas as well as we.
No, not for organics. No.
Okay, but we are going to pay for organics diversion in Pender Harbor.
Yes.
I'm not in favor of that. I'm sorry. I think that Len made it clear a little earlier when he was talking about Pender Harbor people are not averse to paying fees. They'd rather pay a fee than do the work. Now we're asking Gibson's taxpayers to increase their garbage tax to pay to divert organics in Pender Harbor. And I just don't think that's right.
I agree and I don't agree. I mean, I'm not in favor of paying extra garbage, taxes to support that. And I know what the impact is on our landfill.
Yeah.
And there's a cost on the landfill, right? By not doing a diversion.
We're paying that cost already on the landfill. And we're paying that, all of us, sort of thing. But when you separate out as a program and say, okay, here's a separate program for one area of the municipality for which we'll all pay for and increase tax. We're already paying it. We're already paying solid waste taxes.
Okay. Director Toth, Director Ties, and Director McMahon. And then Director Lee.
Thank you, Chair. In trying to follow along with this, my concern is that if you show up with a ice cream pail full of compost scraps you're looking to get rid of, you're going to get charged a $5 fee, which was discussed at a previous meeting as being too much, which is why staff have come back with this tipping fee for disposal of food waste at $2.50 per container. Given the amount of work that went into the staff report and calculations and numbers, I think it's prudent that we go with the recommendations as presented.
Thank you. Director Ties.
This has been pretty painful. We're talking about a relatively small amount of money just to get everybody on board onto the getting food waste out of our municipal garbage. When you're talking $55,000 spread amongst everybody across the coast, I mean, it's not the end of the world. I don't see any kind of tipping fees for food waste flying with people in Pender Harbor where they're going, well, if I just leave it in the garbage, then I don't have to pay anything for it other than your normal tipping fees. So I'm with Len on this. Apart from what I think is an even better prospect is actually composting on site. Fair enough. Yeah, you might have to get power to it, and fair enough, you might need somebody to run and to be qualified to run that machine, but it doesn't really look like rocket science there. So, I don't know. I'd say call the vote and let's get it done with.
We don't have a vote that's seconded on the floor at this point. Director McMahon.
Yeah, I got bad news. I'm not making the motion either. No, I'm with Len on this, Director. Yeah, I'm with Pender Harbor on this, but I'm viewing the taxation to fund this program as a temporary measure while we figure out something better, because it isn't equitable. But the problem is that the service delivery model is different in Pender Harbor than it is on the rest of the coast. If I had to go and pay $2.50 at the bottom of my driveway every time I put out organics, it would be a royal pain and I wouldn't do it. So we're working with an imperfect system here, trying to get something into place that will get people into the habit of separating their organics out to divert, and diversion will save us money, at least some money, even in the short term, I think. So I think this is the best we can do right at the moment, and then we'll come back at it again and have another crack at it maybe next year. Sorry about that, staff.
All right, Director Ties, or GM Rosenboom, do you want to go first? No, okay, Director Ties.
All right, here's an idea. I've got, in the rural areas other than Area A, we're paying through our utility fees for food waste pickup. Why don't we get Pender Harbor to pay the 55 grand through utility fees evenly divided?
Because they're not part of, not part of the service 355. Because they don't have curbside collection.
Okay, Director Lee, if you don't make a recommendation, I'm going to make a recommendation.
And otherwise, I got an option.
Okay.
I probably need you to make a recommendation because I could remain a little bit trouble of drafting one up. I did want to address Mayor Beamish's concerns, though. It is true that you are paying for organics through your fees you pay for pickup, which is like, I guess basically it's a utility fee.
Yeah.
You pay extra because you chose to do that, and because you do that, the rest of us are paying extra tipping fees because it's not included in the weight now. So you gotta consider that too. And so perhaps you should be paying extra to make up the difference that you're costing us over the scale loss. Just some different way of looking at it from the same issue.
All of our garbage, so it's not just organics that we pay for. There's a separate contract. And we pay the dump, and that's charged to us. That's how our contract is done. So we do the dump.
We're talking the same thing, but anyways, I don't know the answer to all that because it is a different service model up in the Pender Harbor area.
Okay, I'm going to make a recommendation. We'll see if we can get it seconded. That the Pender Harbor Transfer Station Food Waste Drop-Off Program be implemented as of July 1st, 2021, and that this program be funded through taxation through 350 Regional Solid Waste, and that we revisit this program and the funding model in 1 year. Okay, GM Rosenboom.
We're on the same page, and other than my suggestion would be in Q4 2021.
Q4 2021.
So
okay.
in time for the budget process if we want to change something.
Perfect.
And I still recommend to include and further that sanitary landfill bylaw 405 will be amended to maximize the volume at 50 liters.
I don't think there's support for that at this point.
If not, then we might have the issue that commercial haulers are going to use the site and that will be considered funding of, because it's funded from taxation, funding of a business entity.
Okay. Okay, so then we need to put in and further that the sanitary landfill bylaw 405 be amended to include $0 fee for up to 50 liters of organics. Okay.
Or only a $50 maximum. Skip the.
Okay, $50 maximum. Okay,
50 liter.
50 liters. Sorry, 50 liter maximum.
Yeah, 50 liter maximum.
But what was wrong with the combination of taxation and tipping fees in the and that the program be funded through a combination of both?
Because then they'd have to pay separately for the organics at the landfill.
I wanted them to pay the same rate as option one, though.
Yes. Well, at this point, they're going to pay. If they go in the landfill with their garbage and their organics, they're going to pay the tipping fee, the full tipping fee.
Yes.
If they go in with just their organics, they will pay the full tipping fee.
They'll pay the full tipping fee if they go in.
Pay the full tipping fee.
Is that clear in that? Okay, then I'm good. If it says that, I'm fine.
Okay. All right.
So my understanding, to clarify, is we, in terms of our contract, etc., we award the contract as we have went out for an RFP for multiple years, but we revisit the funding model itself in
Q4 2021. Yes.
Yep. Thank you. That we're all on the same page there. Thank you.
Okay. Is there a seconder for that recommendation? Seconded. Awesome. Number of seconded. All right. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor? Thank you. We got that one through. Yes.
Opposed?
Opposed, yes. And we don't record opposed at
That's fine.
committee, right? Yes. Thank you. It is passed. We have 3 opposed. Okay, good. All right. That one, we're done that one. That was a little painful. All right. If we move on to Tara, first of all, are you okay with what we did here?
Sorry, Chair, for clarification,
yes.
You didn't want those opposed recorded in the minutes?
We can, if we can record them, yes.
Please.
Okay, so that was Beamish, Hiltz, and Toth opposed. I mean, I guess the question I have is, are you okay with the recommendation? Do you know you're okay with what we voted on?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Here, could I ask that
yes.
Staff provide a report on the financial cost of that to a taxpayer in Gibson's?
Yes, is there a seconder for that recommendation? It would be the same in Gibson's or Seashell, I presume. Okay, and that's seconded. All in favor? Oh yeah, Tina, sorry, that's us, Tina.
Well, what I could do is quickly email that to everybody, because it's just based on the participation rates that actually is included in the budget document. So I'm not sure our report's required, but.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay, perfect. You'll email that to us? Okay. We're up to Annex Q. Okay, how are you guys all doing? Are we done for the day?
I'd like to be done for the day, yeah.
Okay, there's TV tonight yet too, right? For a number of people? Okay. We're up to, and yeah, the 23 I think is going to be a little bit of a, yeah, probably a good place to stop.
It's going to be a weedy discussion.
Yes. All right. So I'd look for a motion to recess and reconvene tomorrow morning at 9:30. Moved and seconded. All in favor? Thank you. All right. Do we have any questions from the public at this point? Connie, you're it. Do you have any questions for us?
Thank you, Chair Seegers. Nothing at this time.
Thank you.
She's actually still here.
She's actually still here. Wow. All right. All right. do we have the link yet for tonight? We do? Okay.
It's in our inbox.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's in your email.
Thank you. And we'll see some of you tonight.